Oh, God.
Craig, what is that?
Oh, it's, yeah.
Yeah, I think we should wear these.
Volunteers.
I don't mind, but I want to show you. I did this a couple weeks ago. I just got the tattoo. Oh, did you? Yeah.
Where?
Wait, we have a minute.
No, we don't. 10 o'clock.
We are
That's-
deputy
no,
mayor.
that's it.
We use this clock.
That's the clock. That's the official.
Okay, we're gonna get together. Go. Let's please rise for the salute to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, Public Laws, 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2017 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2016, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Mr. Adams. Mrs. Larrier. Here. Mr. Limbrick.
Here. Good morning, Cece.
Mr. McGee.
Here.
Mayor DeLuca.
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires all meetings of public bodies be open to the public. And whereas Section 7 provides that the governing body has the discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting, and whereas desire of this governing body to comply with the provision of this act, same time to conduct its business in an orderly and expeditious manner, now therefore be it resolved by the Township Committee, Township Maplewood, does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in the deliberations of the governing body by the public, except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observation of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all of its regular and special meetings. So moved.
Second.
Ms. Adams, Mrs. Larrier. Yes. Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mr. McGee.
Yes.
Mayor DeLuca.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first of two budget hearings for 2017. We today are going to hear from the municipal court and prosecutor, construction code official, code enforcement, health, fire, and Office of Emergency Management, police and police dispatching, recreation and cultural affairs, the library, and administrative, information technology, legal, economic development. At the conclusion of all that, roughly around 4:30, we will have a public comment session. For those of you who are watching at home, we do have up on the screen that you can email the Township Committee a question about what you're hearing. You can email it to askthetc at twp.maplewood.nj.us, and we have it up on the screen. So at any time, if you hear a comment or you have a question that you would like to pursue, please send us an email, and we'll ask that immediately of the person who is here making the presentation. Before we get started, it is our practice to just go around and have each Township Committee member explain or at least comment on what they would like to achieve with this year's budget. So I'm going to start. You know, we do a lot of very good things here, and last week when we passed the welcoming respect, equal treatment and respect resolution, it was one of the proudest moments. But really, there's no more important job than we have, which is right now, and that is crafting a budget which provides the services that people expect and desire, at the same time keeping any tax increase as low as possible. And this really goes to the ability for people to stay in our community. And it really struck when I was, this last couple of weeks, got comments from two people who have been involved for years in Maplewood civic life, who just expressed how taxing, literally taxing our property taxes are. and questioning whether they can stay in town. And I think as we moved forward with our older adult initiative, we heard that over and over again. It's just impossible for people to age in place with the taxes. And I know we talk a lot about the school budget driving the tax. I did attend a session of the Conference of Mayors and heard legislative leaders talking, and I can't express the disappointment strong enough. It was like listening to folks rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. It just never got to a level where there's going to be structural change. So I think we're on our own, and the school board's on our own for a few years, and that means we're going to have to keep the taxes down as low as possible. The Star-Ledger did a story the other day about property taxes hit next level again. The average New Jersey homeowner paid $8,500 last year in taxes. In Maplewood, the average homeowner paid $14,626. And that was a 2.6% increase from the year before, 2015. In Essex County, we're a little bit below the Essex County rate. Essex County rate was 2.7% from 2016 to from 2015 to 2016. So we're going to try to do our best to keep the tax rate. Our policy has been to do a real 2% increase. There are exemptions for health benefits and pensions and all that. We've never taken those exemptions. We've kept everything within that 2% because we know it is a really difficult situation for folks to pay these property taxes. At the same time, we also have some infrastructure needs. Our roads are really deteriorating. Our public buildings need attention. So I would like us, as we move along, to rethink our policy of the 80% in new debt as we retire the old debt. We retire $4 million in debt, generally take on less, about 3.2 million. I think we need to look at that a little bit more because I think we're falling behind on our infrastructure repair. So when we get to the capital budget, I'd like us to really think through what are our needs, how can we achieve some of the infrastructure repairs and upgrades that we need as we go along. So I just want to let everybody know who's out there and who may be talking about this, that the Township Committee is well aware of the need to keep tax increases as low as possible. And just one quick final thing. This is a year we had a reassessment revaluation. This is a year when there's natural dislocation of people's taxes. Some are going up, some are going down, some are staying the same. Any increase just magnifies those differences. For those who are going up, it just makes it compounds it, makes it even higher. For those going down, it eats up anything that they might have felt that they were saving. So this is a particularly important time to look at ways in which we can do things differently, raise some other revenues so that we can rely on property taxes as little as possible. Mrs. Lowry, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I would. Thank you. And I would echo pretty much all of what you said. I have been very pleased with the way we've been able to handle the cap over the last this would be the 6th year that I've done this, over the last 5 years. Each year, however, it has gotten harder and harder and harder to do. That's been a little disconcerting. I expect that it will be harder this year. Still, I have also been very pleased with the way we try to retire debt. So I would have to look very, very hard at changing that formula because I think exercising that fiscal responsibility is also very important as well. That being said, obviously, roads have to be taken care of, buildings have to be taken care of. We have places in town that have been designated historically, and it does us no good to have those places in disrepair. So it is sort of a fine line that we are walking. It's an honor to walk it.
it is very important because we do have people who are having difficulty staying here. One of the issues that the new Senior Advisory Committee will be taking on, as well as the work that we're doing, is to figure out how our seniors can stay here. Well, taxes are a huge issue for them. I am committed to the 2%. I am still committed to the formula that we use in retiring debt. But obviously, as things come up, I have to think very carefully about them. I'm willing to do that.
Mr. Lambert? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would also echo many of the things you said, so I won't take our time to repeat them. But, one thing I will express to anyone who's watching or will watch, that, we do take the responsibility very seriously. We know that we are spending money that is your money, and you elected us to make tough decisions, and and it's our money as well, and and if the new reassessment is to be believed, it's going to be even more of my money in this coming year. So each of us up here, is also a taxpayer. There's no township committee discount on taxes. We're paying these taxes as well, and Mr. Manning, who's our business administrator, who goes through this, is also a Maplewood resident, and he's paying these taxes as well. So as painful as this is, we do have to make a lot of tough decisions, and a number of things that cause the budget to go up are things that are outside of our control, things that we're required to do, and costs that just escalate. So the amount of the budget that's really discretionary that we can spend on needs is limited, and certainly the amount that we can spend on wants is even less so, and we would love to give everyone's priorities priority, but we have to make those tough decisions. And I just echo what the mayor says, that we do recognize that the tax burden here in Maplewood is among in other communities in Essex County is among the highest in the country, and we want to continue to provide the top level of services that people are accustomed to, without making this community unaffordable for most of the people who've helped to make it what it is. Thank you. Mr. McGehee?
Sure. I'll keep it really simple. We serve you, the residents, and budgets are really, in a lot of ways, is what people ideally want from a particular cost center. And when I go through the budgetary process in the corporate world, I present a budget to the executive team, and some things I get and some things I don't. And I think when you look at the budgets that we've looked at over the last couple of weeks, there's some things that we'll approve and maybe some things we won't. You hear about the 2% cap, but I am more looking at, the technology, the staff improvements, equipment requests, and really understanding that these are things that are wants or needs. So what I'm saying to the people is that we're going to take a deep look, and some of the things that may be asked may not be approved, because we work for you and you're the shareholders in this case. And if we can minimize the amount of the budget in terms of year over year, in terms of allocation of funds, that's what I'm hoping to do for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. I just echo what everybody said, and just a shout out to Maplewood Tire for getting the nail out of my tire and fixing it before I came here. So a few minutes late, I apologize. But I'm not going to be redundant. I think everyone knows that from last year that those of us who are sitting up here are cautious and not afraid to ask questions of the departments requesting monies. And I have a much smaller budget in my nonprofit world than this one, but hopefully we can do some good work here and keep our cap where we want it. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Manning, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I would. Just a couple of items. Number one, the information that you have received are working documents. They're not final documents. They're not public documents. They're just working documents. The final public documents are your introduced budget, which goes to the state, and then your final budget once it's approved. And in terms of that, we have a calendar. I've put in front of you the state's calendar and the revised calendar for the state. And on the back page is the schedule that Mr. Uribe has developed for us. Those are what we're aiming for. So if you have any comments about that, you're just seeing it for the first time. I don't mean right now, but just to let you know about that. And you're right, everything coming to you is a wish list. You get to change it. You have the ultimate say in all of it. So just remember that, and you will be having there will be other budget hearings. Usually we tack them on to township committee meetings because they're shorter in duration than a full day. So other people will be coming to you, updates. And finally, we are not set on the revenues. They're not set. We have to do a document which is called the annual financial statement. We have to have our accountants working with our CFO. They'll be putting that together. That should be done in the next week or so, week to 10 days. And then we'll start to really get a full picture of what the revenue part of the equation is. So just, that was it. Thank you. Ron, did you want to say something?
Mr. Uribe, you want to say anything? Do you have any rabbits in your hat?
I do not.
Okay, that's the problem.
All I want to say is that every one of you has quite a good understanding of the budget process by what I heard, and I just pretty much appreciate everything you said. And we just hope to do the best we can for our taxpayers, and they're always in our minds. We try to do the best we can in order to accommodate the tax rate and those kind of things, but there's just so much you can do.
Okay.
Thank you much.
Okay, first up is going to be municipal court and prosecutor. Is the prosecutor coming up?
Are you here?
Yeah, I think she come up, prosecutor.
You weren't near the list. Let me turn it around.
Sorry. We'll start with the municipal court, and if you need your budget, it's right here. Okay.
One that I hand out to everybody. Our budget is on this, is submitted to the division. Usually that's county, the letter, and they review our budget.
Okay, so before we get started, two things. We're going to want you to introduce yourself, and the municipal prosecutor can introduce herself. Also, we have had an opportunity to look at your packet. We don't want you to read it to us. We want you to give us, if you want to give us one highlight for 2016 or two, and then a couple of initiatives for 2017. We'll go through your expenses. If there's anything that's out of the ordinary, it looks like it's not. It's pretty much the same as last year. You do have one capital request, so we'll go. You have no personnel requests. You do, okay, and that's a merit, right? Oh yes, okay, yes. Okay, so we can talk about. So why don't you start off with introducing yourself and yourself? Speak into the mic. Bring it close to you. Now it's on. So let's go over anything you'd like to tell us about 2016.
making it happen. The practice of respect for local while as well as your another issue. One being how we pick off a ballot form. The second being our local cost that we have. And I think we are changing to reward our residents with water.
Excuse me, is that door, yeah, okay, thank you.
Because you now see that in a statistic, public day basis, you not see that in a budget. But it is something that is very people members of that work for our administrators, appreciate the president, and really a very acquisition meeting with them, the chair board. The other three members of the defender were made talented and extremely great additions to the organization who pieces in our benefit. I can really get it out you sound out of collectively support greatly everything wrong. And actually, we're looking at not only great, but we look at every year. I think that we need those local and some people forget that it needs to be great. So that's really what my piece that's kind of the two things we also looked at for opposed to getting back up for the judgment. We now set up a review of the term alcohol with anywhere they are. Being over here in Maplewood. So I really appreciate the support. And for the implementation, all police departments, what they do, the synergy between us, in order to get this going, so we have our still working to get this right. It's going to take some time to not work out, but we're meeting now.
So just a couple of questions. You talk about 90,000 for the town, 190,000 for South Orange. I don't remember exactly at what point we kind of look at that agreement and true up some of the costs. Have we done that yet?
Yes.
Okay.
We bill South Orange quarterly, and every quarter.
Hold on.
Sorry. We bill South Orange quarterly, and every quarter before we bill them, we have to conduct an analysis about those expenses.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but I'm talking about so I understand that you're capturing the expenses, but the sort of the premise of the shared agreement, they were supposed to pay 50/50. We also had a facilities fee.
Yes.
We had the administrative fee.
Yep.
So, because one of your concerns is this issue with the leakage of the bathroom down into the storage area. And just sort of the building's been open, we've been doing this, there's a lot more people than when the building was built that are using it. So are we capturing enough sort of the wear and tear factor from our relationship with South Orange?
Yes, we have not done capital improvements with them, and we will address, it's our building,
Right.
They're leasing it or renting it. So I know that we had a leak. It's, I don't know where it stands right now, but if things go to a point where a significant amount of money is spent, of course we'll go there. Any equipment, anything like that. Also, any raises people get, et cetera, they're all shared according to the formula. The assistant business administrator and the CFO are on top of that monthly.
And you did mention the issue of more interpreters are needed now, is that?
We have to sustain in the last year an increase in interpreter fees, named that's case specific. One happened to be a Tamil interpreter that cost upwards of $2,000. The other was a Russian interpreter for a case that sort of never ended. And unfortunately, we have spikes in that. It's not easy to predict what cases and needs the public will need. So we've just seen it, and we did adjust that line item. What I would say regarding our line items, we have remained flat again as the township has asked for our operating expenses. But we do adjust between the individual line items to see where we can do that.
You have a request here for the, does anyone have any other questions about operation?
I have two questions. And Mr. Bancroft, if these would be better answered by someone else, that would be fine. But I don't want to find out later that the question should have gone to you and you're not here. This is a question you've probably addressed before, but in looking at the collection amounts every year, South Oranges are consistently a few $100,000 higher. And do you have a sense of why that is? I mean, is it just as simple as they write more tickets?
I mean, there is a difference. We have about 8,000 more filings in South Orange venue, for lack of a better term. The second thing is it's our local violations bureau schedule, and that's the amount per ticket that's established by the judge to allow something to be payable. So it's what you would consider to be parking tickets, for example. One of our greatest filings, somewhere between 70 and 75% of our filings in both courts are parking. And in short, South Orange is higher than ours. We do annually, and I have expressed this with our administrator, are in the midst of reviewing that. We did it in 2014. We're looking to do that again, and we try and compare via the county where each town is. And I do think Maplewood's under, and I would recommend that South Orange is probably over in the prices to get a look at a cost comparison. But that's my best guess answer as far as where you're seeing the difference in collections.
Okay. And my other question, I realize that you share the building with the police, and there may be some security issues, but has any consideration been given to putting Wi-Fi in the courthouse?
I think it's a great idea. One of the prohibitions in the court is that you can't use electronic devices in the courtroom. But I think people are professionals who are coming in, students that are coming in who are waiting online to see our prosecutor working hard on that line outside the courtroom. I think it's a fantastic idea to have it there. I'm not sure whether it's a necessity for us, is my point. But as far as someone being there, continuing to be able to work and get through the process, I think it's a fantastic idea. You also meet there during the summer, which is, that's a multi-department request. If someone has to do a presentation, they're always asking that question. I don't know whether the costs are very explored. It's not necessarily.
The police, if I'm not mistaken, the police are asking for Wi-Fi in the building in their budget.
Oh, okay. Well, then that should take care of it.
We just don't know, but we don't know how far
What?
Yes. I think when we speak to the chief, we can ask him if it would cover the court area.
Right.
So I just want to, if I can just follow up, and then I know you have a question and you have a question? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. On what you said about our fees or our fees may be low. So who's going to analyze that and get back to us with some changes?
And, Ryan's going to develop it. He's going to bring it to me. We're going to discuss it. And we're going to bring it to you.
Do you have a timeline for that?
It can be done within the next, I'd say 30 days, we'll have the comparison for you.
Okay.
We already have, it's just updating our numbers. We already have 2014. I can give that to you as early as Monday. But we want to get something more updated. That entails a request to the state to get the figures from the surrounding neighborhoods, and then we give you a comparison. And again, you can't just raise rates to raise rates.
Right.
You have to do it because you may be incurring costs. There are some things that we're asking in the budget which are going to incur additional costs. Specifically to try and go paperless, there is a cost and a fee for that. So I think there is something to be said about here. We do have an expenditure. We may need to increase the rates to offset that.
And also, two things. One is our emphasis on pedestrian safety and traffic enforcement. I've noticed, I just got the statistics from the chief, we have been issuing more tickets in the last quarter. So we're out there more, and that's going to help. I think there's a reality that more tickets are written, not just parking tickets, but more violations are written in South Orange than in Maplewood. Hopefully that will change with our emphasis on enforcement. And the second thing is, we're still in about 1950 in the way in which we do parking tickets. We have people, our parking enforcement people ride around with a pad and paper and write down times and license plates. In South Orange, it's completely different.
Are they charged too?
Yes and no. And what we discuss is front-end issues such as metering.
Got it.
And things of that nature. They are up to date as far as handheld machines that can issue a
Right.
summons. But there isn't anything remotely like they do in South Orange for the metering, where it advises the officer of when to issue a summons to expedite the process.
Right, but from a productivity level, our people having to write all this information down takes a lot of time, and we can't cover as much area. So I think that might be something, a longer-term conversation where we should put on the agenda for public safety, is really sit down with the chief and come up with a plan. And it's not the fault of our parking enforcement officers. They're out, I see them out there. They're doing great work.
South Orange has a great number of parking.
And they also have the meters, and the meters are, it's much easier to get a ticket because you see that meter, that flag comes up and they write that ticket. But it is,
You need to be aware of that, and let's just make the difference here. What he's talking about is enforcement and how you go about that process. Issuance of the summons is electronic, and that is electronically transmitted to the court, and that's how we can handle that. So both towns have that, just so you understand. But it's really the back end, how you're notify or documenting violations.
Right, well, it's technology that we don't.
and then there's issues sometimes because we have people challenge parking tickets, and then,
Oh, they do.
you know, well, it's easier when you have numbers on, meters, and you can say where you are, because somebody said, well, I didn't park at 164, I parked at 158 or something like that.
Where I would tip my cap to both prosecutors in Maple and South Orange, and certainly the initiative of our prosecutors sitting next to us is we handle a process called request for dismissal in our court that is exceptional for customer service to anyone receiving a parking ticket. We let them address it in paper, in writing, sending photos, documents in order to contest it. Our prosecutors, outside of their normal course of business, prior to court or after court, they review each parking ticket. If denied, then we schedule for court. But it allows people to continue working, going to school, doing all those needs where people say, why do I have to take a day off work in order to come test a parking ticket? Credit to your prosecutors who put in the time and effort to do that, and the staff who handles that. I don't know of many other courts in the state, if any, that are doing it that way. And for us, we think it's a priority to the people that are receiving tickets.
Larry, do you have some?
Well, actually, you stole what I had. I was just wondering what the difference between, not stole, but what the difference between the metering that they do in South Orange and how that might affect the amount of fees that we're able to collect, and what your opinion on that is as to whether that should be something in Maplewood, especially in light of the 2% cap and the possible changing formula of retiring debt.
I think what you're getting to, and I would hesitate to extend my opinion on that. It's an enforcement issue. While I think there's some efficiencies that can be gained, I don't think it's my place necessarily.
Fair enough.
I would defer to the chief.
I have something, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So I was looking at the data, and I have to admit that my eyes got really big when I saw the traffic numbers for South Orange versus us. It's a 2.4%, cap or a time multiple. And so assuming that we're able to start to meet that level of South Orange, does your numbers take into account the amount of increase of filings that could come from Maplewood in terms of time in court and so forth? Because ideally, these numbers to me are low. I mean, just to be honest with you, our moving traffic violation numbers are low. I think they need to be higher. And I think the residents want them to be higher. So then that obviously impacts the court because more filings. Does your projections make for more time allocated for that?
For sessions?
Yes, for sessions.
We haven't yet. We meet once every 8 months. So far, we're handling that, and I think we're adjusting that in the manner that we have. There may be a need for that. Remember, we're up approximately, fiscally at least, about 1,600 and about 1,500 filings compared. I have 1,625 for the last fiscal review. You're right. I mean, that is something, that's the reason why we meet every 8 months. If our filings went down or if our filings went up. One of my ideas is to go paperless to hopefully keep that at bay. As far as sessions, again, we have the initiative of parking to reduce the session total and volume, but that's certainly something we may need to address, which is additional sessions. Again, that would incur additional costs, salaries for supporting that session.
Yeah, I think we need to look at it. It's a revenue opportunity for our town with the amount of people that are speeding in our town.
I think if we needed it, we would certainly add it or adjust the township and saying, here, we need to do this. But I think during the 8th month meeting is probably the best time for that.
Okay. Did you have a statement you wanted to make?
Well, I just wanted to say that I certainly.
The microphone.
Closer.
That I certainly.
Come on.
That I certainly favor enforcement of all kinds, but I would like to caution the governing body against considering the municipal court as a revenue generator. Because it's not, and it's not supposed to be, so. Balance that against financial law enforcement. And frankly, also, some of these issues are probably best directed to the police department.
Yeah,
Yes,
I agree.
we will. Okay, so let's go into your paperless court, the Green Initiative. You're asking for 47,000. You've given us this information from Atlantic office.
First and foremost, it's we interviewed or went through a process of about 4 or 5 different companies that we looked at. This is not a state contract, we would have to go out to bid. And again, there's a directive that started in 2014, which I believe allows our court to do this. And one of the unique functions about municipal courts is there's a lot of e-filing. Our parking tickets, our moving violations, our now criminal complaints are all electronic filings. The problem is once they hit the court, they become a manual process where we actually have to file. Where that becomes, labor intensive is when we go through our records retentions process. And that's the process of destroying all these things and keeping our files current, as well as pulling files, getting files, taking them back to the docket or scheduling and so on and so forth. Currently, what we've been doing is requesting through Parking Offense Adjudication Act, around 8,000 at no cost to the township per year. And it's either temp help or an individual come in to assist the court in either helping us file or getting rid of those records, but really it's specific towards parking tickets. With the increased filings and with doing this, as well as our 2 communities and how we want them to be green, sustainable, and more importantly, how I feel a government should be running and it being better business, better practice. Having the converting our files to digital, it makes us more flexible. It makes our interaction with the public better. But stage 1 is just converting everything to electronic filing. Stage 2 is higher level functioning with the public. How do you send files? What if they need a copy of a notice? What if they want to see this? What if our prosecutor wants to see it? We could actually send a file out. It's next level thinking, which is where we should be. It's where we should be in government. It's where we should be in municipal courts. Further, when I get to that flexibility, Sandy impacted us because we had our court in one location. We were down if you remember, we were without power. We had to move to another court or continue functioning for a continuity of operation plan. You could take the data out and go move it. If you're talking about merge or shared service, additional services to the public, not only here or elsewhere, you can now move data and maybe not people. That's really the vision I have for the future of the courts. Again, I don't think any other court is doing this. And I really think in order to address our staffing measures that you're referring to with an increased filings, our efficiencies, how we're going to handle that, this is a way in order to cure that, get that done.
Adams?
I like the idea. I understand South Orange rents from us or leases. I'm wondering if this, even Mr. Uribe or Mr. Manning could answer if this is a cost that could be shared because it would benefit not just Maplewood and it's not necessarily part of leasing.
If I can, simultaneous to your request here, we're actually requesting from the assignment judge of County to utilize Parking Offense Adjudication Act, of which Maplewood has about $17,000, $18,000 on account. South Orange has in the area of $65,000. The problem, it can only be used for the administration of parking tickets, and our full volume, if we want to go fully paperless, our filings are not all parking, which means that, as I mentioned earlier, 75% of our filings is parking. Therefore, if they prove it for that matrix, we can only use towards the total cost 75%. The 2 local governing bodies would have to make up the additional 25% if approved, and that could in fact be shared.
I don't think that was that your answer that you were looking for?
I just want to know if we have to take the whole burden of paying for this if we wanted to go forward with it, or
Well, and that's, yeah, but you're talking
The
about
documents.
this, with the PAA. What about the paperless?
The paperless, we're making the same request to the center to use this.
right. But what I'm saying is this is paperwork for both Maplewood and South Orange.
So just because your answer confused, is the 47,000 the total price?
Yeah, that thing.
Correct.
Okay, so of the 47,000, you've made a request to the assignment judge to use some of Maplewood's parking
Joint request from Maple.
No, let me,
Yes, yes.
some of Maplewood's parking and some of South Orange's parking. Anything, so if you get approved on that, say it's $30,000, there's $17,300 left. The question is, can we go to South Orange and say, we'll pay a portion of the 17,000 if you pay a portion of the 17,000?
Yes.
That answers your question, right? Okay. What's the likelihood of getting approval to use the parking money? Is this 47,000 likely to go down?
What do you mean by going down?
Well, if we have the money, an additional appropriation, I mean, is it likely we're going to get approval to use the parking money for this?
I'm confident in the request. I think it makes sense.
Okay.
I've asked for other things. I think it's where we should be going, and I think it's something they're in favor of. They just hadn't seen the plan yet, and that's what they wanted to see. I made a similar request last year, and they said, show us the plan. That's what we want to see. So I think it's very positive that we.
Okay, so if we were favorably inclined to do this, we would need to get some information from
I
the
think you'd wait to make
assignment.
your decision until we hear back from them, so you know.
And then I think at some point, we should give a heads up to South Orange that we're considering this, so that we don't spring it to them in the middle of their budget process and it's too late. So maybe just
They are aware of it.
okay. The other question I have for you on this is, do you have a payback? Is it possible to give us a payback if we paid this 47,000? Is there some level of efficiency or some dollar amount that you could say, well, if we implemented this after 5 years, 10 years, we're going to do better than 47,000?
And if you don't know that answer right here, can you figure it out or give it some thought and get back to us?
Yes, I think it's difficult to give you a direct answer.
Okay.
As far as I can work on it.
All right.
A lot of areas where we save.
But going electronic is, it's the only way that we can, storage of paper alone. I mean,
Right.
we're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, no, that's why I said I agree with the need.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we should be shared.
We're gonna need to move to your personnel request, which is this call-out compensation.
Is that the $2,500? Yeah, we're not really even sure that we have to have, we're just putting it there in case because we don't know how this is all going to play itself out in terms of.
Just give us a 2-sentence, this is due to bail reform. So what is the thing here? What's happening that prompted you to even think that this may be
The reason we
necessary?
requested is there was technology with the judges needed to not only obtain acquired knowledge, we weren't sure based upon the technology that we were able to do it, and therefore it would then fall down to staff after hours, 24/7 being able to do this.
So
When they were called, we needed something to pay them. That was the simple.
okay, so if they got called out at 11 PM at night.
Right.
They would have to actually go to the building
No, they would actually have to log into a remote location.
from their home or from wherever.
Correct.
So you're saying that this is something new, we've never had this before?
Correct. I mean, I know it's rolled out statewide. It's the first time ever. And I was concerned the judges weren't able. Right now, I'm telling you that it looks like the judges are able to achieve it.
So you're home watching the Met game. It's the bottom of the 9th inning. It's about 10 o'clock. Your phone rings and they say, we've got to deal with this. And you're saying that you think if this is real, that there should be some compensation for that hour that you're spending or 45 minutes or half hour you spend.
And Mr. Mayor, may I interject? And you're saying, based on this analysis, that the frequency would be about once a week?
It's a guesstimate. It's a baseline. We don't know what to interpret it. I think the foresight is there based upon bail reform, there's going to be less summonses. So we gave an estimate based upon our prior past years' filings of warrants, which we actually took at a reduced rate because our anticipation is there's going to be less some warrants issued, which is required for a review, and therefore that's what we were guesstimating, yes. But it is a educated guess, but yes.
We still have the prosecutor who may want to say a few words. I just want to do it as we move up. She has asked if she could just make some comments about her other role.
Yes, you have
So rather than
2 minutes.
Okay, well, you have my accomplishments, what I consider my accomplishments for last year. My budget is pretty straightforward, consists primarily of professional membership.
Sorry, what tab is the
Yeah, what
prosecutor?
tab is this on?
Is it
It's
in 15?
It's not.
No.
Is this
I'm sorry,
prosecutor?
yeah, it's the municipal prosecutor. Yeah, okay, it's in here. It's in here, got it.
Sorry.
It's a couple pages in this. Yeah, well, I'll give you another minute. I'll give you more time. It's right before the sheets that say municipal prosecutor. It looks like this. Looks like this.
Well, why don't you give us the highlights of your
Okay,
take?
I would just like to say, because it's critical to the way I can function as the town prosecutor, our court is run so well. It really is. You have no idea what it takes to orchestrate.
Closer, a little closer. We got people out in the,
You have no idea what it takes to orchestrate a court session, starting with video conferencing prisoners who were in lockup with the county, to, doing dismissals, to actually processing close to 100 people during the session. So I really appreciate that. Just a couple of things. One thing, as Mr. Bancroft mentioned, we are, all of us, in our respective roles, concerned with customer service. The request for dismissal of parking tickets works really well. Another thing along those lines that we are looking to do, and I'm going to be meeting with people in the building departments and our municipal attorney, is to see which fines can be made payable. Things that can essentially be considered de facto violations that someone is willing to just go in and pay the fine.
as opposed to what's this process now?
As opposed to having to go to court and, sitting there for sometimes a considerable amount of time and accomplishing the same thing, which is ultimately just paying the fine. Of course, there's always the option to plead not guilty, but then you are voluntarily sitting there, as opposed to being hostage. So the more we can streamline those processes, the better it is for everybody. We have had last year, and this is in the category of building complaints, of code violations. So we started naming the CEOs of the banks when banks were holding properties in foreclosure or when they were managing them or in trustee capacity. So I'm happy to say that when you name the CEO of the bank, the lawyers actually show up the first time, and we now have 100% abatement of those housing code violations.
Excellent.
For distressed properties in our community. So that really works. And less, well, that's it. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay.
Everybody okay? And actually, we want to, he's not here, but this came out of the code enforcement when we started doing, because we get frustrated dealing with these agents, so we started, said, let's go after the CEO. So it's glad to hear it's working. John Singleton should get some credit for that. Let's go into your community development.
Yeah. Well, you see,
Just a highlight. We don't need that. We got.
Talk about the grants that you brought in.
okay, so I wrote here that I wrote grants, and we got awarded $1.6 million. I would just like to clarify that about half of that was funding that came through the federal government, through the county for Irvington Avenue, which benefits multiple communities. So that did not come directly to Maplewood.
But you wrote it.
Okay. So is there any questions? I know you don't like to toot your horn, so. I don't know why, but okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're off the hook this year.
Mr. Mendola,
Oh, construction.
you know, it would be helpful, Sonia, if you could just tell us the tab.
The what?
What's the tab? The tab. Yeah, because to go back and forth to this 14?
It is 14.
Just tell us what it is.
14.
Thank you.
I'll try to do that too. I'll write that down.
You got us.
So that's building. Okay, Mr. Mendola, two things. Put that microphone as close as possible to your face.
Feel it on your tonsils.
Try it, I don't think it's on.
How's that?
No.
It's not on.
I don't know. I don't,
Is it,
Where's that
is
other
it
one
on
in
the bottom?
but,
Is the bottom thing on?
yeah, the wireless there.
Okay,
There you go.
okay.
No, you gotta keep it. Here, stop. You're annoying. There you go. Okay, very good. All right.
Okay, thank you. We've received your report. Thank you with all your accomplishments and your objectives. Okay. Please don't read it. Just give us a couple of your highlights for last year.
Okay.
Your highlights for last year and anything that you want to tell us in 2017 that, you know, you want us to focus on.
Sure.
And then we'll go over your expenditure reports. Not your expenditure, but your line items. There may be a couple of questions here and there. Anything that you see out of the ordinary. If you shifted some inspectors around, because I do see there's a little bump up and down here. And then we'll go into your capital requests and your personnel requests. You have a couple of merit requests that deal with an individual.
Okay.
We don't talk about those in public. So if, on the merit requests, they'll be dealt with at a different time.
Okay.
But on any kind of upgrade of a position, new position, we can talk about that. But anything that has to do with an individual merit, we won't talk publicly about that. Okay? And we just ask you to tell us your name and your position.
Okay. My name is Len Mendola. I'm the construction official, zoning officer of Maplewood Township. 2016, the accomplishments included, we brought in $1.2 million in permit fees, which included rental registration, CCUs, and permit fees. I believe it's the largest the township has ever had in reference to the amount. We did over 2,000 permits, which means we processed over 2,000 permits. I believe it was 2153, somewhere in that neighborhood. The year prior was a banner year also. We went a little bit above that. We had a new technical assistant, a new assistant clerk. So a lot of people were new in our department. We put in a lot of fill-in inspectors. There was a lot of work going on, and to everybody's accomplishments, we did a great job, and everybody's working very hard, especially the new people.
And how long have you been there?
Almost a year. February 8th, I'll be there a year. So it's about 11 months. That's basically it. It was a very busy year. I had a lot of good help. Department did very well. A lot of people worked very hard, well above what their tasks were. That's basically it.
And talk about your 2017 objectives.
Yeah, our objectives were, obviously, we're going to probably, I would say we're going to go down about 25 to 30% in reference to permit fees. The certificate of continued use and rental registrations will probably go up based on the population growth. But like I said, I would assume we're going to lose about 25 or 30%. I believe our expenses are around 500,000 in that neighborhood. So we should be fine. There shouldn't be any issues in reference to our expenses.
You talk a lot about increasing customer service. Could you talk a little bit about the operation of your office upstairs? You got the counter there. How does it work? Someone comes to the counter.
Yes,
who jumps out of their chair?
Right. Generally, people come to the counter. The new technical assistant, again, she goes way above her workmanship. She constantly, if someone's at the counter, I've been in other towns and that doesn't happen. So I think we're doing a great job in reference to people come to the counter because they do pay attention to that and they're quickly give them a response.
And you're looking to increase that. You're looking to, you talk about improve customer service, deal with new forms, respond to Oprah a day earlier.
The two issues are we're not able to answer the phones quick enough. We have a problem with phone calls. Like I can't get to the phone because we're at the counter, I'm out in the field, and they're busy doing other stuff. So what I was trying to do was bring the part-time assistant, I wanted to make her full-time. Our files are a mess because we have so many. We should only, what I want to do, because I did this in another town, I want to archive most of the files into the basement and just leave between 6 and 10 years upstairs.
How many years do we have upstairs?
50 years, who knows? There's just so many. Just because we just can't get at it. And also our certificates of continued occupancies and approvals, those files and those applications are sitting everywhere. So they have to be filed away eventually somewhere. And we're not able to do that either. So we really need to get a hold on that. Again, like I said, I did it in another town and it made everything function so much better. So, yeah.
Anything, okay, so we can go into your expenditures. And I have a couple of questions here. It looks like the inspector salaries are going down by about $38,000.
I would assume that was based on Mr. Midmeyer.
Why do you think they're going down 38,000? And that's not going to work, so.
No, don't keep doing that. Use another mic because we'll be going crazy back and forth.
There were changes in the business hours and wages based on the staff. We had someone who Rihanna, remember, you was Taco. She left last year, she was making the largest salary that the new hire that you have, so the difference comes from there, for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah, it was two people. That's correct. I forgot. Yes, correct.
And you also are decreasing the property emergency fund from 50,000 to 25,000. Decreasing it, yeah. And we really haven't used it in the past. But this has been the fund that we've used to kind of threaten people to tear down. And I'm just concerned that, you know, when we had 50 in the house, like the bumper to bumper, it was going to cost about 40. We had the money there. So we could make, it wasn't an idle threat.
Right.
Now with only 25, if we come up with a piece of property that's going to take more than 25 to demolish,
right,
we really don't have that money.
Well, we've not really had to take down industrial buildings or commercial buildings. So this 25,000 keeps us into the realm of any housing that we have to address.
So you don't think it's a problem?
I don't think so.
You can look at it two different ways. The economy is doing much better, obviously. So that fund was appropriate during, you know, a downswing in the economy. The economy's just going way up right now. So I personally don't think it's an issue, but I don't think it's either way.
Go ahead, Ms. Adams.
No, I was going to say I'd rather not overfund it like we've been doing. So
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay.
No, I do have a question.
Yes.
And I think this is probably going to be a theme with a lot of the people that we talk to, and that's health insurance costs. But I was curious, for the electrical inspection, we have that last year was at $1,296, and this year going up to $6,100. And I was just wondering whether you or Mr. Uribe could sort of explain why the request is that much higher.
Talking about salaries and wages for electrical inspections?
But the insurance that we use
Yeah.
for our code enforcement shared services.
Well, this is for electrical inspection.
Right. It's the interlocal.
Interlocal.
That is the allocation provided to electrical inspection based on the increase of our general liability insurance.
It's health insurance.
It's
health
health
insurance,
insurance.
exactly.
Last year it was $1,296, and this year it's $6,108, which is about a $5,000 increase and about going up almost 5 times.
Yes, that is the same explanation. It's just increase of the health insurance from the state.
And
We have an allocation which is provided to every one of these areas, and it's based on the actuarial service provided from the state, which is what determines the increase in the healthcare expenses.
Who pays for that?
That is paid by whatever one of these towns we have a shared service agreement with. If it's Milburn, Milburn pays for it. So we just have the appropriation, but we get reimbursed by Milburn
So there's a revenue that will come in
Gotcha.
to offset.
to offset the expenditure.
Millburn's an excellent interlocal, and I've talked to the construction official there. They want us to, they tell us every year to increase the fees in reference to charging them.
I think we should do it then.
Okay.
So,
But I didn't do it this year, but we will definitely do it next year.
Well,
Yeah.
technically, the way that we did, well, those fees that you can, but Mr. Uribe settles all the FICAs and the health insurance and all those other
Okay,
things.
so just for the purpose of anybody who might be watching us, when we talk about interlocal, it's essentially a shared service. This happens to be a shared employee with Milburn,
Yes.
and we pay part of the salary and part of the
Yes.
benefits. And we have a plumbing inspector also that we share with Milburn.
Plumbing and electric, yes.
And this is a way in which we don't absorb the total cost.
Correct.
We get services, that person's able to, we get to keep somebody because they're getting a full-time job
Correct.
between the two towns.
It's a benefit to both towns, so you're basically both paying for the insurance costs and everything else. So it's a,
However, we, the Township of Maplewood, has to put it in our budget since we're the lead agency. We pay it, and then we get reimbursed on the other end.
So even though we see expenses here, some of these will be reimbursed
Oh,
by,
yes.
our partner town, our
Yes.
shared town.
And how is that, when it comes back, it doesn't come back as revenue, it comes back as just,
No,
No, revenue.
it does come back as revenue.
And it's included in the miscellaneous revenue?
I don't think so. I think it's,
It's included in something.
yes.
Okay. Mr. McGee, did you have a question or no?
No, this one.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing else on expenses, did you have anything else that you wanted to point out? Anything wild here? It looks like everything's pretty much the same.
no, it's like I said, there's no issue at all. Actually, I did increase one of the fill-in inspectors from 5,000 to 7,000, but based on our workload for this year, because all the larger projects are going to pretty much complete about the same time, so we're going to be doing a lot of inspections.
And with the inspectors,
Right.
you get reimbursed by the people who building is being inspected, right?
Yes.
They pay fees for
They
these
pay the fee
inspectors.
for that, correct, yeah. Everything in our department's paid by whomever we're looking at, basically. So our fees are applicable to our work.
And we heard earlier that the court is going to be looking at the fee, the penalty schedule. When was the last time we increased? It wasn't that long ago that we increased our fees for building, correct?
I was talking to Juan about that a couple of days ago. We should probably increase next year.
Okay.
Not this year, next year.
2018. I think you mentioned that at the code meeting.
Correct, yes.
I'm just to close that, what I would ask you to do is, at some point, let's put on the code committee agenda some review of the fees so that we can talk, about that plan, so that somewhere around October, we can put an ordinance in and have everything in place for 2018.
Okay.
Ms. Adams?
Are the fees mandated at all by the state, like how
Yes.
much we can?
Yes,
okay.
but we can go up to a certain point. I've done this in another town. I collected local towns, got all their fees, and then increased the fees in another town. So, yes, there is a mandate from the state too. But I've done it before, so it's not a problem.
Okay, you have your capital request, the spatial data.
Yes.
Sounds cool. Talk to us about what this does.
Well, it's basically a record-keeping software, so each department can access the other department's information. So I've had it in one of the towns I worked in. So I was the zoning officer and a building inspector. So from my, computer, my desktop computer, I could access zoning department, any information that was in reference to the zoning, and then I could kick back to the building department. So if there was an issue with that property, let's say there was a code violation from code enforcement, the grass was too high. When the permit, and they applied for a permit, I can access and see everything that went on there. So I can say, hey, look, guys, make sure they pay this, or whatever. What's the story with the grass being too high? Now they want to get a permit for a building. It just gives you more information and access to everything. I was talking to Adele Lewis, and if she put the information in, any information from a variance, from the planning board or the board of adjustments, I'd have that in front of me also, instead of like looking all over the place for all these different papers and projects, but it would all be online or on the computer. So it makes everything work faster. It'll save everybody time, so it'll be more efficient.
What software do we use now?
Roadrunner, which is very, very old. I think it's DOS-based. There are other ones. There's Mitchell Humphrey, and then there's Spatial Data. Spatial Data is the better of the three. There are other ones without state licensing, but that can get difficult to deal with. So Spatial Data is a little on the expensive side. That's called Spatial. That's how they say Spatial.
Not a spatula.
That's what they told me.
Right.
Spatial Data.
Okay. Any questions about this? Okay. So let's move to your personnel requests.
Yes.
You're asking us for a new position, building inspector, code enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Before you get into that, could you give us a rundown of your department now? What, as far as the building inspectors, code enforcement officers, could you tell us what the table of organization is now?
Sure. We have 3 full-time code enforcement officers plus a shared service code enforcement officer with South Orange. They basically go out, they look for code violations in reference to our property maintenance, the township zone property maintenance ordinance. And they go out and based on anybody making a complaint, and they also go around the town and look for certain violations in reference to that. The building department, zoning department also works off of town ordinances. The building department works off of state UCC code DCA, meaning that the state designs codes and we implement the codes. So there's 2 different things. Now the town implements zoning ordinances. So I do both. So I'm the zoning officer, building inspector, construction official. We have fill-in inspectors for all these large projects that was put in last year's budget. I luckily found some really good fill-in inspectors that are doing, from what I can see, a very good job in reference to work that's going on. I personally also get involved with the fire official a lot because I feel that I was a volunteer fireman and I feel that's a necessity. In fact, a couple days ago, we found something that, I'm not going to say the address, but a large building, the doors during, I think a fire alarm went off, and the doors are supposed to unlock, and they did not. So we revoked their CO. You know, we sent them an email, said, we're going to revoke your CO if you do not correct this. They corrected it immediately, and that's one of the reasons why I get involved with that. And I also get involved with I try to help out with code enforcement also. Our full-time inspectors are, again, shared service, plumbing, electrical. We have a part-time fire inspector, fire subcode. A subcode means we're doing plan review. An inspector means you go out to the field and do inspections. In our town, fire, building, plumbing, and electrical are both doing the same. So each guy, there's one guy for subcode plan review. For subcode and inspector. So the same guy that reviews the application goes out to the field and does the inspection.
So on the property maintenance side, I'll just use first names. We have John and Tom and Francisco and Bob, right?
Yes. There's 3 full-time and 1 shared service, which is Tom.
But those are the 4 bodies that are up there. And then on the building side, it's you and then all the shared interlocals, correct?
Yes.
So this new person would work on both the property maintenance side and the building side?
Yes, yes. What I was going to do was either I can have him work 10 hours a week in the building department,
or her.
Him or her, excuse me. He or her, thank you. Can work 10 hours a week on the building side, and then we can either hire a separate person for code enforcement or have that person do both.
What's the likelihood? Because it seems to me that there's different skills. That's what I was a little confused here.
Well, I've done all three phases in another town, so I did code enforcement, pretty much everything. Some of the code enforcement officers are licensed. I don't think you have to be licensed in reference to doing that job, doing the violations. So this person can do both, or again, we can hire a separate person.
So you're looking for a certain amount of increase in hours of inspectors, some to do building and some to do property maintenance code.
Just give me the hours and then I'll break it up accordingly. Right.
Did you have a question?
I'm wondering, with all the new construction happening this year that will be presumably completed in the next 6 months or so.
Right.
Which would, I mean, I know it's been a crazy year of construction, so that's taken up a lot of your time. So I'm wondering whether or not the workload will ease up a little bit and need to hire a full-time or a new position that you have here.
So, we won't need?
Yeah, I'm saying if the workload is going to lighten up a little as far as new construction.
Right. Well, he's going to be part-time, so he or she, excuse me, is going to be part-time. And I'm going to, if we'll have fill-in inspectors and then we'll have this other person. So most likely the fill-in inspector the money will go down, which makes sense. So we won't use as much fill-in inspectors, and we'll have this other person doing 10 hours a week. Now, if we don't, the person that I'm using right now has his own business, so he doesn't have to work here. So next week, if we have no inspections for him, don't come in. So I'm not looking for permanent hours, but
right.
I'm just looking for a part-time person. You can have a part-time person permanent, or you can have a part-time person, as far as I know, temporary. Thank you. So I'm basically looking for temporary.
I think just on this, go ahead.
My question is, because he's temporary, is that why we have a zero anticipated benefits cost?
This is under 30 hours.
Yeah, well,
whatever the amount is, or whatever the total hours are, will be, yeah.
He's just going to be paid by the hour, basically, so.
So I think just to follow up on Ms. Adams' question is, how long have you been here? You said a year.
Yeah, about a year.
Okay.
Yeah. Correct.
You came in right in the middle of all this craziness, all this development. Right. But everything's going to be up and running pretty much by summer.
Correct.
So your second half of the year, there's only one or two projects that's going to start.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard for you to analyze the level of activity in your office given this year and last year because it's so out of the ordinary.
Absolutely. But like I said, that's why I think it's going to go down about 25 to 30%.
Right. So I guess it's a little bit, in my mind, why we would add people when we really don't know, sort of when you balance the year, what it's going to look like.
Right. No, I can understand it. Again, I don't know what happened in the past, but I think I'm getting involved with a lot more issues in reference, like set fire official and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that was part of it. The other part was we have a lot of new people moved into town. So when you get a change in occupancies, a lot of times they tend to do a lot more work. So like I said, I'm just trying to read the future, which is almost impossible.
Then you have a new title, clerk.
Sure.
And this is what you were talking about before, with dealing with walk-in customers, phone calls.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
You need to say anything more about that, or?
Yeah, again, like I said, we're, like you're saying, I can't read the future completely. The two towns that I was in, one brought in between close to what we're doing here, and the other one was very small. So I'm just trying to take a picture. So my guess is this is going to be closer to the larger town that I worked in. So we had a staff of 3 technical assistants, and which was needed, and I feel that the same thing here. Again, we need to archive all the paperwork. We're not doing a lot of things we should be doing in reference to paperwork because we just can't. We're not filing away the certificates of approval, certificates of occupancy. We're doing what's most important right now.
See, I would be interested in finding out, and Mr. Manning, before you slip away on this, is it possible to do a short-term sort of task force to give him some people to just go up there for a project?
Right.
And even bring interns or something in to kind of get you caught up to what you want to do.
Right.
Because it sounds like you need an organizer to come in and help organize the office and get that work done. It's impossible to do because of the workload right now. So it's sort of like you need a team to come in and kind of make this happen.
Deep cleaning, absolutely. No, we can hire temporary workers who know there's a job specific to be done, and then that's the end.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's one. I think we hear what you're saying.
Yes.
But you start bringing somebody on, and there's a full-time, it's a commitment.
Right.
It's expensive, and then, we kind of like go down.
Which we will.
Right. Okay.
Right.
And then the next one you have is the merit increase, which we're not going to talk about. That's an individual here, but we'll talk about it another time in private. We also want, if you're watching out there, if you have any questions, you can email us. Ask the TC, ASKTHE, and just as I said it, the sign came down. Ask the TC at twp.maplewood.nj.us. So if there's nothing else for Mr. Mendola, thank you very much. This is your first budget here. You did well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Today is Mr. Mittelmeier's birthday. It's your predecessor's birthday, so if he's watching, which I'm sure he's not, yeah, happy birthday, Bob Mittelmeier. Thank you.
You know what, before I get to health, I just wanted to make a comment about.
You have a microphone?
We can't hear
I
you.
do. I have it on. Yeah.
Just speak louder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's good.
Good, because I want this to be heard. One thing that I meant to say, and I didn't say, and I did step out and let Ms. De Palma and Mr. Bancroft know, we've been very pleased, I think, with the way they've run that court. They've done a crackerjack job, and I did want to make sure that got on the record, and I'm sorry I didn't say it. I did say it to them outside, but I wanted to make sure it got on the record. Thank you.
Tab 11.
Thank you.
Tab 11.
Tab 11, health. Mr. Rowe, you're a veteran of these budget hearings. I'm sure you'll dazzle us.
No pressure.
And as usual, you're the only department head who has included culture in your reports. You provide us with something from Macbeth and Rudyard Kipling. It's very, very inspiring.
The poem was written about the Crimean War.
There you go, and maybe you need it again. We would like you to just highlight 16, anything that you want to tell us about 16, anything that you want to point out particularly interesting about 17, and then we can go through your budget sheets. We don't want you to read the thing.
Right.
And to start off, we want you to introduce yourself.
And Robert Rowe, Health Officer, Township of Maplewood.
And you've been here for how long?
I think this is starting my 27th year,
Congratulations.
if I counted right. Couple of things. One of the things that happened this year on the environmental side was generally we have 300 what I call complaints, and that could be garbage, rats, any sort of unsanitary condition, and also some animal conditions. This year we had over 400, or about approximately 400, so I was kept really busy trying to keep up with all the complaints. We had some vicious dog cases. We had a lot of the reason for the increase in the numbers were the time I spent inspecting lots of parts of town for rat infestations. It seemed to be higher this year for, I don't know why, but it was. Following up on, just all sorts of complaints. I'm sorry, I'm mumbling a little bit. One of the topics that we often talked about was cats, and I got the yearly numbers from St. Hubert's and People for Animals. And this year, between those two organizations, 129 cats were spayed and neutered. So I think we're seeing a gradual decrease in the population. Our efforts are working, but it's something you got to keep after. And so we'll look to, in the new year, to reorganize with the volunteer groups to keep up spay-neuter. Pardon? Some of the things I'm asking for a little more money for the.
Just hold on one, just, I wanted to ask you, we now have 5 locations of chicken raising? These are 5 homes?
Yes, approximately 5, yes.
And,
They have to register.
yeah, oh yeah, they have to register and they pay a fee and all that, and we do an inspection.
Right.
One got killed, actually, didn't we?
What was that?
We had one walk to the other side of the street.
We're working on that.
That was part of our pedestrian effort. Yeah.
Poultry.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was going to say, despite the concerns that they were going to cause unsanitary conditions, it's just the opposite. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
So, and you get a lot of eggs.
Get a lot of eggs, okay. I want to just say that 2 years ago, or I guess 2 years ago, we asked you in the summer, because I remember we were at the court, to do an initiative on the Affordable Care Act and really start publicizing it. I just want to tell you, I think I've told you before, but I just want to say publicly, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future with it, that you've done a great job in getting it out there and getting the navigators here in town, working with the library. I mean, I think we've been a model of how to let people know about this program and get people signed up for it. So hopefully whatever comes out after this, we'll do what we can to get people signed up, and I just hope people don't lose their health insurance.
Right. I think we're going to all be going through it.
I agree with that. I think Mr. Rowe has done a great job with that, and I think it's really important to our community to, and I know you're closely monitoring the situation, and whatever may come, I think there's going to probably need to be some rapid response in terms of advising residents who may lose their health care, whose health care may change significantly, and making them aware of the options. And I know that you've done that drill before, and we'll count on you to do the same great job again.
I would also point out that open enrollment is still open until Tuesday, actually. And Mr. Rowe and Sonia, you got a blast out last night, and thank you very much for that. So I would just encourage you to keep it up. Are in need of coverage and very helpful.
One of my requests for next year is I wanted to increase the nursing hours.
I'm sorry, before you get into that.
Yes.
A couple of things on your program, your 2017 programs for disease control.
Yes.
Is there anything here that we're not doing now that you wanted to highlight?
For 2017?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was just.
So you're talking about the nurses, that's the time.
Right, and then I was going to say the reason why.
Okay, so, yeah. Okay. Just one thing I wanted to say, you have your tobacco sales enforcement. I was in Wawa the other day, and I don't know if you've seen this, but they actually have a sign on the counter that has today's date, and it says, you can't be served.
A lot of places have it.
Okay, so I don't know if, it's something that says Wawa on it, but I don't know if some of the other places that sell cigarettes have that. It's just a very good way to put out there what, they rip off, it's like one of those desk counters, you rip off a page at a time.
I know what you mean.
I think there are a lot of establishments actually.
Do they have it? Okay.
Have them.
Okay. Well, you must go out and buy cigarettes, so that's why you know.
No,
we
I
just go
noticed
someplace other than Wawa once.
There you go. Yeah, no, I did, yes, yeah. Well, maybe you spend money, and I know, that could be it, so.
Maybe you can look to buy them and distribute them.
Okay. Before you go into the personnel requests, I just wanted to see if anyone had any questions. about any of the expenses going up or down. I did notice in the Animal Control Shelter Service, which is, we don't have pages here, but it's 701, 27, 340, 209. And this is, we're going to $65,000. And there's a note here that says the contract is for $71,000 balance to come from dog license fee. So I don't know, I didn't understand that because the real cost is $71,000. We're only listing $65,000, but I assume the dog license fee is part of our revenue. So how do you take it out of
It's a
the?
little different in this.
Okay.
Right. In this case, what I believe is referred, I don't remember the quotation in the note, in the budget prep sheet, but I think what it refers to is instead of budgeting in the municipal budget, the expenditure for that contract, that's going to be expended from money is collected for what kind of license?
Dog and cat.
Dog license.
Dog and cat.
And that is allocated in the trust fund. Those are funds that have
Because
been
it's a trust fund.
Yes, have been
Okay,
accumulating
all right.
over the years.
That's the answer.
Yes.
So the trust fund, because we don't bring the trust fund, it's a separate fund.
It's a
We
separate
just
fund.
take a portion out of the trust fund. to
That
pay
is correct.
Joseph County.
That way we don't have to budget for it.
Okay,
The trust fund has life that just continues, so.
okay.
Yes.
Anyone have any other questions about expenses?
Another question on the same line item. Last year, we had 75,000 appropriated, and I believe this says that only 44,000 of that was spent. Is that correct? And if so, what would explain the gap between the $71,000 contract and the 44,000 of expenditure?
Well, one of the things that may be, and I'm not sure, we'll check on that, is that we haven't received all our bills yet.
Okay.
Right. And the contract started
Later.
in July, or August 1st.
Didn't it start August 1st of 2015, though? Or no, this is a different contract?
Yes. We had a previous contract
Yeah.
in that year with the animal,
Associated Humane.
yeah, the Associated Humane Society. So we had that in there, and whatever the prorated value of the 2016 St. Hubert's contract was. So we owed the Associated Humane. They provided a service to a certain point. We had to pay them. And then that was about half a year. And then we had the rest of the year covered by the, what is it, St. Hubert's.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right, it was 250.
It was, I'm pretty sure it was 2015, because I wasn't on the township committee that voted to make the change, so
Yeah.
I supported it, but I didn't vote for it.
I think you're right. It was
Okay.
215.
All right, but then you explain it.
I can't right now, I will try to find out.
Okay, and, you know, and it may just be we haven't gotten the bill for,
It started in July 2015, if my memory serves me well. So that year was prorated, just the 6 months remaining of the year, that's what we paid.
Right, but in 2016,
Then we had to provide the full amount of funding for that part of the contract.
However, some of it was paid for.
It was split between two appropriations. It was split between the budget appropriation and the trust fund. So that's why you see the difference there.
okay, okay.
The difference
So it was,
full amount versus what is actually in the budget.
That is correct.
The trust fund, which we talked about.
so it could be a couple of things. It could be that we didn't get a last quarter bill. It
Well,
could be,
I think-
and it could be that some of it was paid out of the trust funds.
I think the last quarter bill hasn't been paid yet. So still we may need to pay that one. That is true.
okay, thank you.
I have a question,
Yes.
Mayor. So this 71,000, though, going back to that number and the $6,000 variance, dog license, I get that. This is budgeting for the assumption that we're moving forward with St. Hubert's for next year,
For this year.
for this year coming
Yep,
forward.
that's
Okay.
whole year we're taking.
We have a 90-day cancellation, so if we were to work out something with South Orange, we would have to give St. Hubert's a 90-day notice, and then we could terminate the contract and move it over with South Orange.
Of course, we'll do a pure evaluation of
Yes.
St. Hubert's, because obviously they do a good job.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You have, again, you have a merit increase, which we're not going to talk about that one individual.
Okay.
Then you have a nursing increase of $5,000 to increase the nursing budget. So you want to talk about that? And I guess that will be part of your 2017 goals.
The purpose for the increase in hours for the nurses, they're both part-time, is we want to expand diabetes screening, and we also want to be prepared to work with the senior grant. If the nursing hours are expanded to improve senior services with the nurses. So that was the rationale for that.
Okay. We do have some money that's being requested in recreation for senior services too. Give a sense of what you might think about, how many hours for the older adult stuff?
I think it could be, in terms of exact hours, I'm saying $2,000 if I have to.
No, he's saying hours.
Yeah, well,
Hours,
that's fine, that's fine.
They average about $40 an hour, so 2,000 divided by 40.
50 hours.
50, thank you.
This would be just new services we would provide, or just an expansion of what we provided?
That will be the result of the senior, when we finally complete our exact plans, I expect it'll involve more nursing hours.
Just on that, we don't provide any nursing services for Winchester Gardens, correct?
No, we don't.
But we have helped them in bringing in education programs.
Yes.
Okay. Do we provide any nursing services over at the senior building on Irvington Avenue?
We formerly had one of our adult clinics at the senior building and tried as we might. We never had very much participation. During the day, a lot of the people go elsewhere during the day, and there's just not the interest to sustain keeping a nurse there even for a couple of hours a month, where she'd maybe see one person. So we made a judgment that our time would be better spent elsewhere.
Do we let them know that when we have a health clinic here at the library, that that's happening, and that if they wanted to transport people over, that they could do so?
Yes, they're on our notification list of all the people we notify of programs.
I find that, when you talk to the residents there, they don't have a clue about what we do, to be honest. Some of it is there's a language issue. Some of it is that you're right that there's a certain amount of the Russian population there that has a support system of their own, that they come in vans in the morning and they take people to daycare centers and bring them back in the evening, so they're getting social services, recreation, food. But there's about half the building that doesn't participate in that. And there's no social worker there. There's a superintendent there who just doesn't go that extra mile all the time to get people involved. So we've had some success now with a couple of holiday parties there, where we've had, and the other reality of that building is there's at least 3 groups. There's the Russian-speaking group, there's an African-American group, and a white sort of ethnic mixed group. And rarely do they mingle together. The holiday parties are one time when we get people to do that. I think that is part of what we're going forward with, and I would hope that the Senior Advisory Committee would take a look at this, and as we talked about bringing together health and recreation in the library to think about our services for older adults, that we somehow break through the logjam there of getting to residents, whether we have to get to them directly, which means then going there and getting names and getting addresses and thinking about how, or even if they have social media to communicate that way. But it's just a population that we're not reaching. They're just the folks who live there. They don't come to our senior club. I doubt that they're coming here for the health screenings. They're not going to the library for stuff. It just doesn't seem right. And we've been talking about this for such a long time. I think we have to figure out a different way to do it.
I agree that the senior grant program, that should be something we should focus on, a way to work with them better. Yeah, I agree.
Anything else? Anybody out there in TV land want to send us a question? Ask the TC, ask@twp.maplewood.nj.us.
I just wanted to say with our nursing screenings, we just as kind of a trial, we had our nurse go after the English as a Second Language program at the Hilton Library, and she had a successful day from our point of view. We found 3 people who had high blood pressure who had no idea, and so we'll follow them to get them under medical management, and we want to do the same with diabetes screening. It's a little trickier with diabetes screening, but diabetes is now the 3rd leading cause of death. Was the news this week. So I think there's a niche there for local health departments to increase screening and awareness for that.
And that's a great idea that you're doing that, to go to groups that already exist. I know you tried to do something with the Wawa, and you've done stuff around Jacoby Street with the Bank of America. How successful has that been?
Well, the one at the Bank of America was tremendously successful. It just was a nice day, and I think they had like 50 people screened. The Wawa, it turned out it was a really cold day, and people who just went to the Wawa. They just wanted to go and get what they wanted and leave. So the Wawa has indicated they'll work with us, and so we just got to figure out the details of how to make it work best.
Right. Okay. You know, it's the shared parking lot there. I mean, it's just a parking lot that we could get people from both that area there. Yes. Okay. Anything else? Thank you, and thank you for working on, I know you didn't talk about it, but you're also helpful with the sustainable jersey, a lot of the stuff on the silver certification, a number of those action items where your department, and you're going to be following up on that. So there's an environmental component to what you're doing too, and sustainability, so thank you. All right, so you have a question?
Well, I don't have a question, but a comment came in from our previous assistant administrator, emailed to us to say best of luck with your 2017 budget hearings.
He's not watching us, is he? He's in North Carolina. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a break. And I tell you, as soon as the fire department comes in, let's put them on, so. Oh, they're here? Let's take a 10-minute break and then.
They're here.
Mr. McGee, can you hit that button over there? Yeah. Or just hook up. We should. It looks good. Turn it back on. This is the one that, that's fine.
How about that? Let me check the water. Test.
Why are you pressing?
They don't have these. Right now.
Right.
Definitely.
Plug it back easy like that.
Try it.
Or plug in the other one.
Yeah, if there's something immediately.
Try that.
This one's working.
Testing.
So why don't you test? Why don't you plug
Test.
that?
Test.
Mike's not here.
For God's sake. Like, yeah, that's what we're doing so far. How you doing, Jay?
How you doing?
How are you?
See.
Very good. Seems like you're coming up with something. No bad, I translated it.
Testing, testing.
There you go.
You can't turn this on and off.
No, I did. I know. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my thought.
You know, and then tomorrow that base will work.
No, there's a short in wires. Look at that.
Nothing here is old. We just keep replacing.
Well, not your fault.
He's enjoyed the whole.
Sometimes you find the answer. One slip and that's
Something comes to you.
I find the solution typically not be better than I
Gotta keep a pen by your bedside.
No, that's right. I take a card, take it on, and then I think I can stop. You know what I do when I'm driving? I get the as the voice in, and then I remember blah, 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 blah.
To work, and I try to translate.
Those are my exactly. Well, it's over in my car, because that's the boyfriend condition, the latest one, that's very good. You can't say it whatever way.
I was reading this stuff last night for hours.
Oh, so then you're just weird in general.
Get that access. Yeah, I got you. The access guys, very good guys. Seem like very decent guys. Pretty sure that. Did we get anything from Motorola? Sergeant? That's supposed to be delivered. Shipped on the 16th. I have to see it. I'm gonna go back. So that's why I was following an email to Caulfield about a charger. We shipped that day. 16th of December. December.
Yeah. Get it off.
You win. are on? Yep. Are they?
Yeah, I think.
Hello? Oh, yeah, hold on.
So this works, Joe.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It was, you know what, we played around, we found it was the bass was the problem.
The what?
The bass.
Oh, okay, cool.
The base of the mic.
Okay.
This is open.
Welcome back, everyone. Are we back? Okay. Again, if you have questions for all of those watching at home, you can send us an email at askthetc@twp.maplewood.nj.us. We are in tab 9.
Nine. Number 9.
This is the fire department and the Office of Emergency Management. Welcome. We're going to ask you, first we're going to tell you that we've received your information, so we don't want you to read it. We just want you to, if you want to pick out anything that you'd like to tell us about 2016, and then, a couple of things, and then your requests for 2017 and anything you'd like to achieve there. Then we'll go through your expense sheets, your budget sheets, to see if we have any questions there. And then we'll deal with your capital requests. You have a few capital requests. You have personnel requests. You have a number of merit increases.
Yes.
So those we don't talk about in public, so we will recognize those, but the merit ones we won't talk about. But you also have some position adjustments and things like that, which we can talk about. But any of the merits that deal with a specific individual, we talk about in close because it's a personnel issue. Okay? And if you could introduce yourself, are you going to speak also? Because we can give you a mic over there. Okay, all right. Okay, well, we can get a mic over to you too, so you don't have to go back and forth. If you could just introduce yourselves, have everybody, and speak as close into the mic as possible.
I'm Chief Michael Dingelstedt from the Maplewood Fire Department. With me today is Deputy Chief Michael Weber, who's the Executive Officer. And behind me is Deputy Chief Kevin Hayes, who's the Communications Officer, to help out if we have questions about our communications request.
Okay. And Chief, you've been here at the budget hearings for a few years. How many years have you been with the fire department?
35 years.
And you've been chief for how long?
4 years next month.
And how about you guys? You've been here for a while.
26 years in July.
26 years in July. All right. My goodness. Well, thank you all for almost a lifetime here, huh? So you guys must have started when you were 5 years old.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, not you, Mr. Manning.
Yeah.
Okay, Chief. So let's talk about anything you wanted to share with us about 2016.
2016, I had included in my initial correspondence with you was a summary of some of our totals to date. In 2016, we responded to 3,899 requests for assistance. 1,713 of those were EMS calls. We responded to 145 fires. The department had 3 CPR saves utilizing AEDs. We had 2 Narcan saves for overdose victims. Bureau of Training and Fire Safety conducted 1,750 inspections, which found 1,020 violations, and as of the date of this report, 989 of those have been cleared. Our training increased 7% over 2015 to 5,200 hours. 5,200 man hours. That doesn't include members that pursue training on their own time. We had 5 members of the department that completed an 80-hour fire investigation course by the International Association of Fire Investigators so they could become members of the fire investigation team. Through the year, the department collected a total of $67,000 in fees and penalties, with an additional $25,000 from the state for life hazard use inspections. EMS billing fees collected with $356,201, and overtime decreased by 15%. It's preliminary figures from over 2015.
So Chief, let me ask you a question on the 140-some fires. That includes everything from a brush fire to working fire?
That's correct.
And could you describe what a working fire is so we're all aware of that?
Working fire, technical definition from the NFPA is when you stretch an inch and three-quarter hand line into a fire. We had 17 that were considered structure fires in the township last year. The most serious, I shouldn't say the most serious, the one with the most significant damage was the one that you were in attendance at on Ostwood Terrace, where we were fortunate enough to prevent the exposure houses on either side of the main fire building from extending and becoming completely engulfed.
And in addition to those, there are other fires in the house. You have kitchen fires, and those. How do those usually get put out? Do you run a line in there, or is it a backpack you're using?
We usually, everybody, when we go into any kind of smoke conditioner fires, they have all their full personal protective equipment, including air packs. Some get extinguished with extinguishers. Sometimes it's as simple as removing something burning from a stove to the exterior, which requires ventilation. Sometimes we had, unfortunately, a couple of times where people had tried to extinguish the fires themselves, and the experience last year was a couple of times that happened. They weren't successful and extended to countertops and surrounding areas. But due to our response time, we were able to keep damage to the minimal.
And of these 140 fires, were any of them mutual aid outside of town?
I'm sorry, were any of them?
The 140-some fires that you fought, were any of them fought outside of town by providing mutual aid?
Yeah, there was. Out of the 145, 101 were in town.
In town?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about mutual aid. So how does that work? How many towns do we have arrangements with? How many times do we generally go out? And when we go out, is it to fight a fire? Is it to sit in a house? To do coverage?
That's where we have agreements with Milburn, South Orange, Irvington, Union, West Orange. It's comprised in the Essex County Mutual Aid plan that we approved, that was approved last year and updated in the county. So typically, our initial request for assistance would be, South Orange would be responding initially, Milburn would be responding initially, Irvington is moving up into our quarters. If the second alarm, then those units are assigned to the fire scene to back us up. And as the incident escalates, if it gets to a third alarm, then the Essex County coordinators become involved with providing additional resources as we need them or as the incident commander sees them.
So, for example, the Ostwood Terrace fire, I saw at least 6 departments there.
Ostwood Terrace, we had at the scene, South Orange, Milburn, Irvington, Orange Fire Department. I'm not sure if Union was there, if Union was in our quarters. We special called an air truck from Newark Fire Department to throw air bottles when we were there. So that pretty much brought an additional 30 plus people to the scene. And that,
so in that instance, we had all of our apparatus and all of our firefighters were there. Who was sitting in our houses covering? Was there anyone, or?
There was West Orange fire. There was a West Orange engine, East Orange ladder truck. I'm not sure if there was another engine, a Union engine. We were covered for another alarm in town if it was necessary.
And when we go to, say, Irvington, it seems like when we look at the reports, Irvington gets a lot of responses from us. What's the balance between that we fight a fire versus sit in the house for coverage?
The majority of the times last year in Irvington, we went straight to the scene. They required additional manpower.
By the progression, if they get an alarm for fire, we would go to their quarters.
as soon as they strike a second alarm, it's automatic that we would go to the scene. So sometimes they're striking a second alarm on arrival, depending on the volume of the fire.
So you think you might be going to a house, but because the alarm goes, you go right to the fire?
Their deputy arrives on the scene and declares the second, we go straight away.
So let's talk a little bit, how does that work when so there's a fire, someone has to assess if it's a second alarm, how does that work?
There's several factors. Obviously, the volume of the fire, but in the case of Irvington or South Orange, their manpower situation also plays a factor. It's mandatory that they have a fast team. Oftentimes, on a second alarm, will arrive and will initially be assigned as their fast team.
What's a fast team?
So if the fast team stands outside, and if a firefighter were to go down and they call a mayday, that fast team's activated to go in and try to retrieve that firefighter.
So they're not necessarily fighting the fire, they're there.
Right. They're assigned it, yeah. And that's their initial assignment. Then what happens is they'll move up. So typically what happens with our guys is that in the second alarm, they'll go initially be, depending on circumstances, they'll be assigned as the fast team, and then they'll move up, and they'll be assigned either a hand line or overhaul, and another team will come in and fill in as a fast team. But you always have to try and maintain that fast team. That's, you know.
And that's when you send people in. If you're fighting the fire from outside, do you still have a fast team?
Yes, I mean, you hope to, but there are extreme circumstances where you have to utilize your resources the best you can.
Right.
And also, the thing that, when it's declared a signal 11, so when incident commander arrives on the scene, whether it's us or Irvington, and they declare signal 11, that means it's a working fire now. And that puts into place the dispatcher to say, okay, it's been declared a signal 11, now we're going to put those mutual aid units en route right away. And oftentimes, like, I don't know exactly, I didn't listen to the tapes, but in the case of, like, the Osgood fire, if there's a visible column, oftentimes the incident commander will say, give me a signal 11 response. Now, he hasn't declared a signal 11, but he anticipates it. Like, if I see a volume of smoke like that, more likelihood it's going to be a signal 11 when I get there. So get that response rolling ahead of time. They can always turn them back, but you'd rather have them en route so that when you get there and you do officially declare a signal 11, they're halfway to the scene. You get them there. You know, that's just an efficiency move. You know.
So in Maplewood, what would be the average response time for a fire truck at a fire?
I'm gonna I have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I can give you, we generally used to say 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. You don't have to get back to me. 3 to 5 minutes is, you were right, 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
Yeah.
I read the report.
Okay. All right. Let's, does anyone have any other questions about 2016? You want to talk about 2017? Yeah.
One of our primary goals, and actually, if we go back to 2016 also, we were fortunate enough to restore the table of organization from 41 to 43, which was a long-standing goal that the Township Committee agreed to last year.
I'm sorry, Chief. Let's just, for the purposes of everybody, because we have some new people here and people outside. So now we have a table of organization of 43 firefighters. Could you say how that works?
We have 4 platoons of 10 firefighters each, and out of those 10 firefighters, there's a deputy chief, a captain, and 8 firefighters on each platoon.
And that covers both firehouses, the main firehouse and Station 2 on Boyden Avenue?
It covers both firehouses. So we have 4 10-man platoons, and we have Bureau of Training and Fire Safety. There's a captain, a deputy chief that's the executive officer, and then myself. So there's 3 staff members. And 49 personnel.
40. And civilians, you have 2 civilians?
2 civilians, one is a civilian fire inspector, and the other one is a civilian clerk.
Okay. So we're up to 43, we hope that's going to cut down on the overtime.
It's had an impact, somewhat it appears to be, and I anticipate that that should be the case going forward. You know, we'll work on it to see if there's any adjustments that we can do also, as we've done in the past, to try to minimize it.
Okay.
2017, one of our primary goals is, this is a request that I've made in the past and my predecessors have, is to restore 4 captain's positions that have been eliminated in the past. And the reason for that is to enhance firefighter safety and better manage the myriad of mandated and required daily operations. We have, since I've been chief, 13 new firefighters. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the ratio of members that have less than 5 years on the job, but it's considerable. And that, for that reason, it's even more important to consider the restoration of those positions. We're working, as you're aware, to restructure the department entrance exam application criteria and the outreach materials so we can broaden the pool of applicants to better reflect the demographics of the community. We're hoping to, one of the goals is also to replace an aging radio system that we, unfortunately, the past 2 years, we applied for interoperability grants with Orange Fire Department and Irvington Fire Department, and we were unsuccessful. But the need, I don't know if we could discuss that more once we get to the capital request. The need is there because the infrastructure, the ability to repair some of the radios at this point, we can't do that anymore because they're outdated. We can't get parts for some of them. So the need to really consider moving forward on that is very important. We're looking to replace 17 outdated SCBA units. The SCBA is self-contained breathing apparatus. So those are the air packs that we use when we go into fires. When we initially purchased them, I believe it was when Chief Kroll was chief, we purchased everything brand new. And as things, air tanks have a 15-year service life. The harnesses are a little longer. We've replaced some along the way, but we didn't have the ability on an annual basis to replace all the ones that we needed. So we're at a point where this is a very important safety issue that needs to be addressed this year. We're going to do a total review and assessment of all our current policies and procedures. It includes our standard operating procedures and department notices to ensure that everything is up to date and everything reflects our current department operations. A cursory review, some of them found that we do have some outdated material. We did have an opportunity, due to unfortunate circumstances, to revise our dispatching procedures mid-year in 2016. So that prompted a review. I look at other ones, so we're going to be working on that throughout the year. I'm going to provide incident management ICS 400 training for all the officers and to personnel that's required by the Uniform Fire Code and mandated by the State Division of Fire Safety. As always, we're going to also continue to work on training with our surrounding communities. Last year, we participated in training with Irvington and Millburn Fire Department. For a variety of reasons, we didn't have an opportunity to train with South Orange. I guess going forward, some of that is going to will be predicated on what the results of the depending survey is going to come up with. I'm not sure. Do you have anything to add?
I just want to ask you about the FEMA money. We're talking about FEMA money or reimbursement from Irene and Sandy. Is that real, or we still do something? Just takes that long?
FEMA? Yes.
Do you have a sense of magnitude of how much money that might be?
How much we've got?
No, how much I know we've received it, but how much is still outstanding that we might be able to get?
But I could tell you, we had, that was, last year, we recouped $130,676. It was from a 2011 winter storm that finally was closed out. From Hurricane Irene, we recouped almost $243,000.
Right.
Right now, outstanding, we have, I think, 28 to 30,000. This is due for the generator pad at the library. I just submitted a quarterly report on that.
Right, I saw that.
They're still waiting to replace the main panel. We're also supposed to get reimbursed for overtime expenses for one of our members who responded with Task Force 1 down to North Carolina.
Oh, right.
From the hurricane in the fall.
Okay. So how does that, when that money comes in, does that go right into, does it go into a trust fund? Does it go into just operation?
It's supposed to go to reimburse whatever kind of expenditures we have for the emergency situation. If we borrow funds to fund, that emergency then has to be used to pay that service.
Right, but if we didn't borrow, then this was an expenditure in 2015 to 4 or 5, I mean, the hurricane was 16, right?
Yeah.
The Sandy was 2012, Irene was 2009, I think.
Typically, we use it as a miscellaneous revenue, not anticipated whenever allowed by state regulations.
So if we all think hard, maybe it'll come in before we do our final budget.
Exactly.
All right.
Sometimes it becomes a blessing, that money.
Right. Yes, Ms. McGee, and then Ms. Adams.
I have a question about the request for the new vehicle.
When do we get there? We're going to go through all those capital.
Yeah,
Okay.
operationally.
Yeah, just on the operation, let's go to that. Go ahead.
The exam fees line item, I know you mentioned some training that's for safety, but we're going from actual expenditures of $3,500 in 2016 to a request for $32,000. So can you?
It's the last three digits on that account.
Oh, sorry, 223.
223. Yeah, fine, right. They got a lot. Yeah, okay, it's the last one.
Yeah, sorry, it's on the second last page. I mean, the history is 4,000 budgeted, 2012, around that spent. Obviously, for some reason, went way over in 2013, $100 for 2014, $100 for 2015, $3,500, although $15,000 was budgeted for 2016, and now they're asking for $32,000, so I don't know why.
The initial request was for 15,000 because I have to review.
That was last year's.
A deputy chief's exam, promotional exam, a captain's promotional exam, and it was in anticipation of also running an entrance exam with the Career Chiefs Association. And I believe the rest of the increase was attributed to the
So each one is, so each exam costs a certain amount of money.
Is it $750 each one?
I'm sorry.
Each exam?
Each exam costs a certain
Each exam
amount.
is approximately
$7,500.
$4,000 for a promotional exam. I don't have the figures in front of me for the entrance exam.
Well, it says it right here.
But
it says these deputy chief and captain exam, written and oral, 75,000. 3,500.
Oh, right.
If only written, I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Right.
And then it says entrance exam, 17,000.
2,500 added to
Budget
budget line,
line.
balance to be paid through $85 application fee times 175 applicants.
So we've doubled it. It's been doubled because of the last one, doubled per budget discussion for additional testing that has to be done. Do I remember exactly what it was? No, but we'll get back to you. It's been a while. Hold on. Okay.
Yes, I do remember the conversation because we had pretty much the same questions that you're having right now to the chief. We went through that. Your initial request was close to $50,000, and then the discussion brought it down to the level where it is right now. But I don't remember what is the specific amount for every one of the requests. I know it is for different type of exams within the department. Promotion to deputy chiefs, new hires, and those kind of things, right?
Yeah, so Chief, this year we're doing how many exams? We're doing a deputy chief's exam, captain's exam,
a captain's exam,
and an entrance exam.
and an entrance exam.
We've not done that in the past.
No, we did a deputy chief's exam last year.
Last year, but you
And
can
that
do it
was,
again.
we anticipated the possibility of doing the captain's exam, which we did not do last year.
Okay, and plus an entrance exam, because the current list expires in June, right?
June, I believe it's
22nd.
first.
Yeah, something like that. And then the deputy chief exam, we have a list or no?
No, the deputy chief's exam is, right now is scheduled for May 11th.
Okay. So we need to do.
There's 4 candidates, I believe, that are going to be taking that exam.
And we know there's potential openings coming up in the next year or so?
We're going to have one opening for a deputy chief coming up.
So this is a time when we're going to have all of the tests at one time. But I think we still need some more clarity on that. So you'll get it back to us on that?
Yes.
I think there's just also, we've had a lot of conversations about the entrance exam and looking at the $85 at being prohibitive in reaching our goal of attracting a wide, diverse, and robust pool of candidates. So we're looking at that as maybe even altering it more, which would require, if we charge less, which would require more on our part to pay for the exam. So you can get back to us with all that information.
Right.
We've had a bunch of conversations at Public Safety Committee as to how we can increase the diversity of our fire department personnel. I did have a question also on $205, fleet mechanical apparatus repairs.
205.
205. We're going down to 69,540 last year. We spent 85. And then there's a note that says increase in parts, labor, service cost, maintenance agreement, and emergency repairs. But it's going down. What's that about?
Because we had some major repairs that we were finishing last year in our preliminary budget discussions with the CFO. He had added additional funding into it for 2016. But along with that, because of the funding, we were able to also purchase an additional used vehicle that we're going to have as a backup vehicle. And when we did, there is an increase in parts and labor and service costs, which are associated because we don't have a regular maintenance agreement for the apparatus at this time. But the reason it is going down, I believe, is that there's not as much built in for an emergency basis for this coming year.
Because we took care of it last year.
That's correct.
Either we got the repairs done, or we got this emergency piece of equipment now.
And we're bringing on a new piece of equipment, so that will be under warranty.
Right.
My question is, this doesn't reflect your request for...
No, the car?
Wait.
That's a capital.
No, I know, well, cars aren't capitalized.
Yeah, no, for a fire department it is.
This
isn't your anticipation of getting that new car, right?
No. This is what regular maintenance costs for the apparatus and the rest of the fleet of vehicles, purchase of tires, repair of radios, repair of this equipment that's.
You okay? Okay.
Preventive maintenance.
Mr. Lambert?
Yeah. Chief, I had a question on overtime. For the last, since 2013, it looks like we've consistently gone pretty significantly above budget in terms of what was appropriated versus what was spent. And now this year versus an appropriation last year of 300,000 and an actual spend of 347, we have 275 budgeted. So I guess what I want to know is in looking at the big picture here in terms of your budget, what is the thought behind the 275 estimate? And I realize it has to be an estimate because you don't necessarily know your overtime needs with any specificity at this point, but how did you come up with the 275 number, and how can we, in considering your budget, expect that's a realistic number when for the past 4 years, we've exceeded budget by, at least 10%, and in some cases, significantly more?
It's a great question, and the chief, basically, the chief was below his authorized strength by 2 people. Plus, so when a shift they have minimum manning. So when you have 10 on the shift and you have 2 out, well, you can still go out. But when you have 9 on a shift and 2 are out, that leaves you to 7, and then you have to incur overtime. We're now going to process where all shifts will have the full complement of people. That's number 1. And number 2, they had several long-term injuries or illnesses that people had to take care of, shoulders and things like that, not related to their job. And so we feel that that was a good number to strive for because it was high due to these illnesses and the lack of a full complement on the crew.
So the only overtime is when people who aren't staffed have to get called in.
No.
No, there's other times, emergencies, when they're held over because they're in the middle of a fire, or you can,
All the overtime is tracked and it's specified in different categories. And for the longest time, there was one category that was considered coverage. That coverage was on the short crews. If there was an overtime incurred, if there had been the full complement, there wouldn't have been an overtime incurred. So that was considered coverage. It ran, about 30% most of the time. But whether it was caused by a sick day, whether it was caused by a personal day, it's all categorized. So when he estimated this potential overtime for next year, they're eliminating that coverage category. So that has a significant impact on you.
What are the other categories of overtime?
So it's sick time, obviously. So if you have a man on vacation, another man on a PD, and a guy goes out sick,
That's coverage. That's coverage.
If you have a full crew, that's considered a sick time.
Right.
Okay. Right now, there's no more coverage because there's no more short crews.
Right.
But up until we came to a full complement, it was sick time, coverage, emergencies. So if we have an emergency, someone comes in overtime for an emergency, training, if someone gets sent away on training, personal days, and attendance reward days. So those are the categories where those are all, and they're all specified, and there's totals for the end of each year of what each,
All fire personnel from chief on down get overtime, or is that?
Chief doesn't get overtime.
How you guys?
Everybody else does,
Everybody else gets overtime.
if they're needed, obviously.
So I would assume it's rare that you're held over to fight a fire on shifts. Is that correct?
They're small, obviously, but the EMTs will be out on an alarm in the morning. But usually it's only an hour or 45 minutes.
Right.
As far as fires are concerned, they won't get held over, but they'll get called back.
So if you had, if there's a training that's offered on a certain day, and you want to send firefighters, then you might send firefighters who are on duty, and then you have to call people in to cover for them.
Exactly.
And then, of course, emergencies like Sandy, when we had to have everybody on, or if there's a major snowstorm and you call people in early because you don't want them to be stuck or they can't travel, that also could incur overtime too, correct?
So overtime can also be sending someone on training or sending someone who's not on a shift?
Well, there's some
For
prescribed
exam.
training, like we'll do what's called live burn training. We try and do it every year, and it's really great particularly for the newer guys that haven't had the experience maybe on fires in town or mutual aid fires. So they really have to go out to the academy. And what we've done in the past is like you have an allotted amount of time, so we'll allot 5 hours. So each crew will get full 5 hours of overtime. Now, we've had the opportunity in the past where the academy will say, well, look, we'll offer 8 hours if they want to stay on their own time. And oftentimes guys will take advantage of that, but we do give them the minimum
For the
amount.
training, all the training and everything plus overtime salary for them to go.
That's correct. It's
Right.
good, yeah.
Yes, because they're not there. They were
The other
24 and then they're off, and then 24.
Mrs. Adams, the other option is if I send an on-duty crew.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, it's a lot.
That's it.
But the major
I understand that.
reason,
I'm just clarifying.
we've, as you know, you've attended the public safety, we look at overtime every month, and we've been looking at this for years, and we did agree with the chief to make that additional 2 firefighters to bring every crew up to 10. So we think that is going to be the major driver of the reduction in overtime. And that's something we looked at and we said, we're going to do a 2-year pilot here, look at this. I think we initially said starting in July, but we weren't at full complement. We also had that one issue of a firefighter who was, we had to get some clarity from the state in order to get him fully out there working. So now I think we're probably going to start November of 2016 and look 2 years out and see how this has impacted overtime. So,
And they do training also at the site. I mean,
Right.
while they're here, typically, they try to do as much of that as they can.
Just interjecting here, but the way I look at the numbers here, just from a total cash flow perspective or just a total expense perspective, is that even though we're reducing by, say, to 275,000, when you look at the projected of 2016 to the requested, that's a plus 24,000 increase versus a negative 20. So in the end, it's a net. That's the way I see it, because we've increased the staff members, and we're making up for the overtime, the actual salaries. If you look at line 01 personnel versus the line 110, so it's a wash.
yeah, well, the idea is it should be,
It's not a time and a half, though.
it's not a time and a half, yeah. That's where, so.
But it's still a wash. I mean, it's
So the
Correct.
goal, the goal is to
Correct.
further reduce the amount of overtime.
Correct.
Yeah, in the end, we're still spending the same amount of money.
I understand.
And, there's also a reality too, is that, you bring in somebody who works 24 hours and you're bringing them in on overtime, there's only so much people can do too in a given period, right?
Well, to us, it's, financially, obviously, it's a wash, but to us, having an additional man is big. So oftentimes, we'll have 9 instead of 8, or we'll have 10 instead of 9. And when the ambulance goes out on a call and we have 10, we have a reasonable amount of guys left to handle emergencies in town. So a wash to us, the manpower end of it is huge for us, enormous.
I'm not disagreeing with that, I'm just looking at it from the number perspective,
Yes, yeah,
purely numbers.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go to some of your specific requests. Your capital request is the yes, we purchased the piece. So when is the new fire truck coming?
The new one, we just completed the purchasing process. The anticipation is going to be probably November of 2017.
2017.
That's correct.
So that's this year.
That's this year. What time? When is it going to come in this year? What month?
Oh, no, November of
Oh, I didn't
2017.
hear the number.
Okay, we didn't hear you. Okay. All right, so you have capital equipment, you have the self-contained breathing apparatus. You're looking for 170,000. How many is this? I'm sorry. How many pieces is this?
That would be 17
17, right,
complete
okay.
units, which includes the face piece and voice boxes, and it comes with the spare, also with the spare bottle that is included with that. So you have two compressed air bottles, new harness, new masks.
And do we replace these all at one time? We have more than 17, right?
That's correct.
And so at what year rotation do we replace these?
We've been replacing those as we go along, but this is from an initial purchase when we got a group of them at one time. And previously, when I was responsible for them, my recommendations to the chief at the time would always to try to get X number of bottles in particular each year, and sometimes the budget wouldn't allow for that. So it kind of caught up to us a little bit. We have been purchasing equipment as it goes along. We actually just had to purchase 6 new masks because we're required by OSHA to do an annual fit test to make sure that the seal is proper for each individual. And through wear and tear and use over the years, sometimes that starts to fail. And we had six members in this past month where the fit test failed, and we have to replace the masks, right?
So your total here is for the 17 is $170,000, so it's about $10,000.
That's correct.
And so if we were to cut this back some, is it still 10,000? I mean, I guess I'm asking is, does the cost go up as you order less, or not?
No, the cost, that's just per unit at the state contract
Okay,
price.
so if we ordered one, it'd be 10,000. If
That's
we order
correct.
17, it's 170,000.
Yes, sir.
And what is the life expectancy on one of those? Like one of those
Life
breathing apparatus?
expectancy for the bottles is 15 years. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, and the harnesses should be at least that long. I have to double check on that for you.
So are they?
The masks usually sometimes have to be replaced if something happens. Something happens with the seal that goes around the individual's face and so forth. Those are what we purchase on a more regular basis to replace them. We do maintenance on them. We have to do straps get replaced, so we're able to keep them in service. The straps from using the elastic straps that wear out at times. So we maintain them the best we can before we do a complete purchase on anything.
And how often are they used? I mean, obviously that needs, but, sort of on average, every year, like,
Every time
not
you
every
go
call
out,
you need them.
any call you go to where there's any smoke.
Right.
Or any kind of atmosphere which could cause immediately dangerous to life or health, it's IDLH atmosphere. You go to a carbon monoxide alarm, they would wear them until you determine that there's no elevated levels of carbon monoxide. We train with them on a regular basis because that's really our most important piece of equipment that keeps us alive going into the atmospheres that we go into.
Don't get me wrong, I want you to have them.
I have a couple of things. One is, I'm in favor of the camera, by the way. I think that's a great idea.
Well, let's look through one at a time.
All right, well, we'll get back to the camera. Let's get back to the car.
No, we're going to get to that too. Just right now, we're talking about self-containing, the SCBA.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're not
ready to go.
Yeah, I know. You got to slow down a little bit. Thermal imaging camera.
All right, let's start with the camera.
Camera up.
So tell us what year is the camera we have now? What does this do?
We're looking to purchase two to replace ones that are no longer able to be repaired. It's a piece of equipment that we use on a regular basis to allow us to search through smoke. We need to, when we do search for victims in a fire, it allows us to locate heat sources of fires inside walls or inside electrical conduit. And we have these on a daily basis.
We have them now, correct?
We do have a couple now. We bought one on an emergency basis last year, which was a lower end model. It doesn't meet our needs 100%. This is not the highest end model that we're requesting either, but it is something that it helps save lives and helps dramatically reduce the risk of injury on the job because it allows the firefighter to go in. You can find the scene of a fire faster and know exactly where you should be going to in order to extinguish the fire quicker, so that we're out of that atmosphere.
Okay, Mr. McGee?
I think, again, the camera, I think is a great purchase, yep. And then, skip the radio, but.
No. We're going a piece of equipment by a piece, request by request in the Capitol.
I have mine outlined differently. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
When we're ready for the car, I will speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's go to the communication system. So you mentioned this before. Is there anything more to say about this? Is there any issue now where you're not able to speak to firefighters when they're inside a building or in a certain area of town?
Not that I've been made aware of, but the issue is the replacement of equipment. We have, some of our portable radios are old enough where we can't maintain them properly to ensure that they're going to operate properly. That's one of the bigger concerns on it, to replace them. The idea with this is to get into an interoperability mode where we will be able to communicate with any agency that gets into the P25 radio system. How it'll work for us is it'll help eliminate the cost of funding a maintenance infrastructure every 10 to 15 years. I mean, the last time we did this was over 20 years ago to upgrade our system, and we changed the band from a VHF band to a UHF radio band that was a frequency that we used to share with South Orange. It would allow us to be, right now, if we go out of town, we can't talk to Milburn without having a separate radio. We can't talk to Union without having a separate radio. South Orange we can communicate with, Irvington we can, Orange we can, West Orange we can't.
So will this new radio system resolve that?
That will help to resolve that issue, and it will also help us to be able to communicate. I'm going to let Deputy Chief Hayes answer some of the questions.
Okay. I'll just add one thing too, as far as an immediately, reliability. We've had issues. The system we have now is what's called a repeated system. And again, Kevin's the expert and he'll emphasize this, but it runs from our fire headquarters over copper lines to our repeaters. One is on the top and one's down at DPW, correct? Unfortunately, Verizon's not interested in copper lines anymore. And so we've had problems, weather-related problems. It'll be windy and rainy, and all of a sudden the copper lines aren't working, and we've had techs come out. Verizon has very few techs left that even operate with copper anymore. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to only deal with the fiber optic. So on a more frequent basis, we've had issues with the radio system basically going down and trying to trace this copper. I only see that getting worse going forward. As again, I don't think they make any money with copper anymore, so they don't want to spend any money servicing these lines. So that's one of the issues, not as an expert on radios, but I've had to deal with on a day-to-day basis, just being in the office, is trying to get those systems back up on those copper lines. So I'll let Kevin answer because I know he's definitely more of an expert on it.
Yeah, go ahead.
While you're coming, what are the possibilities of, say, doing this in 2 or 3 phases? Say this year we replace maybe a third of them. Next year, would that work at all?
Well, unfortunately, no, because it's a complete new system. If we choose to go to this system, there's many options here. The option here that we push forward is implemented by the state police. It's maintained by the state police. All the infrastructure is in place. Basically, we can key a mic here with the right system. You can talk to someone in Trenton like they're sitting here. That's the system the state police put in place. They spent $300 million on this years ago, and for people to join that system so the interoperability is available to everybody. With that being said, that would probably be a no, unless we choose to go a different route. We can stay with the system we are in, but that doesn't change how we were able to talk to the other towns around us. South Orange is on a VHF system. That's a low band system. Well, we're on a high band system. Our radios can't work together. The radio that's involved to connect those two together, they're $8,000 a piece. The radio that I'm carrying right now is 20 years old. I can't talk to South Orange. I need another radio. South Orange comes to my town. We can't talk to each other. And we work day by day with South Orange and Milburn, and we can't talk to each other on the same radios. It's difficult enough as a interior structural firefighter to talk to somebody on one radio, never mind to talk to somebody on 2 radios. So with the ability to have one radio to talk to everybody makes it that much better.
And then as a follow-up to that, with our anticipation that these 2 bodies might at one point be joined, would it be more if you are still operating and you're still safe essentially, would it be more I guess advantageous or wise to wait until that happens?
I think you need to ask them, because we have information we've heard from South Orange, and I believe they're doing it as the whole township, and you might have more information on this than I do. They're looking into the same thing, to change their whole town over to the P25 P6 system. I think that might be a question you need to ask them. From what we're told, the town is in the process of whether they're trying to do a grant. I don't know. They're in the process of looking into going to that system. Either way, the sooner we get to it, the safer we can be, because we're using one radio. We can still talk to them. With that, what Deputy Chief Weber was saying about the Verizon system. Our system is fine, when the copper lines work properly. Verizon to come in and upgrade our system, they don't want to. They'll spend $100,000 to upgrade our system to fiber optics, and there's no guarantee it's going to work the way they're saying it's going to work. Their technicians that are come out are trained for fiber optics. A tech walks through the door, and the chief, just real briefly, a tech walked through the door, he had 5 years on a job. I told him, you can't help us. He had no idea how to fix the problems we were there. They need a technician with 30 years on a job to come in and fix our system. And that takes time to get it.
All right.
There's a lot of things involved that are, a dated system is just a dated technology. Look where an iPhone's gone in the 10 years of an iPhone, and we're 20 years out, so.
Okay. Ms. Adams, did you want to ask that, or did you get your answer?
No, I got it.
Okay. Let's move to the vehicle.
Frank?
All right, there we go. So, Chief, before you ask the question, Chief, you made your case. You need a vehicle to rotate in and get a 2001 out. I don't think there's anything more to say, right? Who's going to use this vehicle?
The platoon commander, the ship commander, on a daily basis.
So this is somebody who's responding to a fire?
Yeah.
This is someone responding to a fire. Okay. Mr. McGehee?
Yes. So going back to this vehicle, currently, as I understand it, that the way it's working is if you want this to replace a vehicle with 123,000 miles on it, currently being used by the fire and safety inspector. And the 2006 Durango, with only 48,000 miles on it, is being used by the deputy chief. So my thought here is a couple of things. If we really need to replace this one vehicle, and thinking that Durango only has 48,000 miles on it, which means that's 4,800 miles a year, why have we not looked at potentially buying a hybrid car at a much reduced price and giving that actually to the fire safety inspector? And then we're maintaining the current vehicles, because that's a cost savings to the town and also addresses this issue.
Well, I think our goal with this request was to replace the actual deputy chief that's responding. Okay, that's the on-duty deputy chief responding to fires. The 122,000 miles on the one Durango is unfortunately very, very different from the 48,000 miles on the deputy chief's, because his are hard miles. Startup response, rapid response, and so I think going forward, I would have no objections to a hybrid vehicle for the inspectors. It's certainly adequate. But for this initial vehicle, there's really no move-up vehicle that really is proper replacement for that emergency command vehicle. So I would think in the following year's capital requests, I would be all for that. And I would certainly have no objections to the inspectors using a hybrid vehicle, but I'm not sure it's an appropriate vehicle for the incident commander. And also the incident commander vehicle's loaded with equipment, gear. It's a heavy vehicle. In fact, we have the Durango we currently use is, in my estimation, overloaded. We make it happen, but it puts that extra stress, not only the way they respond and the way the vehicle's used, but it's got that extra weight in it. That vehicle is, it's a it's a five-passenger vehicle. Wasn't really necessarily designed for that extra weight, but again, we've made it work for a while, so I hope that answers your question.
I'm just trying to understand, and thank you. I mean, because I'm looking at, I have a car that's 92,000 miles on it. I know it's a different thing. I have another car has 80,000 miles on it. If you drive a car, I know it's hard miles, but 5,000 miles a year on average, there's still some, some depreciation, durability value in that vehicle. And also, since our town is committed to sustainability, and we're talking about purchasing new vehicles and trying to stay green, and seeing that the current vehicle is already allocated to the fire inspector anyway, and just saying instead of changing out the deputy chief's vehicle, maybe this year, we can look at it next year, we purchase the car at a lower price point, it's green, and it moves forward.
Yeah.
So that's just my suggestion.
What happens to the old car?
Well, the one that would be pushed out of the fleet is, the Crown Vic is, I guess we would offer it up for auction. I think they put on Gov Deals, probably would be the best solution, or maybe, maybe if somebody, it's in pretty bad shape, but it's still, it functions it's certainly not a green vehicle for an inspector. It's an old
I'm
vehicle.
sure it's not.
I tell you, interesting, and I don't want to belabor the point, and maybe this is a topic for another discussion, but we've gone through the process with new vehicles that have, I guess, environmental concerns. They put these different systems on the engines, and really I think what happens is, like for fire department vehicles, engines and trucks, they're really designed for over-the-road vehicles. So we have to go through a process now, and I know the mayor has noticed that when we got these newer vehicles, the increase in diesel consumption. We have to go what's called a regen, okay? So we take our vehicles, because they're short, they respond 3 miles, they're not going like a delivery truck that's 18-wheeler over a highway. They need to get these regens once or twice a week. we go through a regen and it burns 15, 20 gallons of diesel fuel because those environmental systems were not designed for fire apparatus, but unfortunately manufacturers don't design an entirely new engine just for firemen, fire department vehicles. So it's kind of backfired for the fire service. They're definitely less green than the older ones we've had because they have to burn all this fuel to do the burn-offs, and so every vehicle has a proper purpose. As I said before, I think that a hybrid would work great for an inspector, but for the deputies with heavy weight and, punching the thing and getting out to, I don't think that hybrid would function properly for him, So,
And I'm agreeing with, I guess
Yeah.
I'm saying, instead of giving the deputy chief a new vehicle, him keeping the current vehicle for another year.
Okay.
And then swapping out the Crown Vic for the inspector.
This year?
Yes, this year.
Oh, yeah.
And giving him the hybrid or an electric car, whatever the case may be. And then next year come back and do that because it's only 48,000 miles on it.
Okay, you guys can look into that. Thank you. You have a request here for computers. It's just pretty clear. You're doing a 3-year IT projection. This is part of the.
Wait, garage repair, you mentioned.
Well, okay, and the garage repair, yeah. So the garage repair was damaged in Irene in 2011, and it's $7,000 to replace.
That's an estimate that I got from.
Right, $8,000.
From firefighters.
Right.
That are familiar with that kind of work that needs to be done. We did receive money.
Right.
I'm not sure why it was never acted on.
All right, so you need to work that out with Mr. Manning.
We store equipment in there.
Yes, we recognize the fact that you were left out of the IT
No,
process.
no. We're talking about the garage door. We got money, he's saying we got money from FEMA, but it wasn't ever completed.
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right,
I don't know why it was.
okay. That's why I said he has to work it out with you.
I was reading something.
Let's dial down a little bit, okay?
It's, I know you're hungry, it's almost.
I want to go to, you also submitted some IT requests, the Optima communication system. I'm sorry, not the phone.
The phone's been done. I'm sorry, I misplaced that. You have your phone system. Is that correct? Sorry,
Those
just
projects,
forget
that's
that.
completed.
There is a request here of an increase of $5,000 in that line for new equipment. 215.
Yeah, we put that.
Oh, so that doesn't
That was
belong there.
us. It doesn't belong. We have to remove that.
Okay.
I
Okay, so that's not
misunderstood
an
what
issue.
they had.
Okay.
Yes.
Your personnel issues, chief. Anybody have anything else on communication? I'm sorry, capital? Computers, you just made your case. You need a computer, right?
I need a computer.
Yeah. So you have 3 merit increases requests, which we're not going to talk about because they have to do with individual. And then you have a promotion, restoring the 4 captains. You made that case already. So you've made it year after year. So we don't need to hear anymore. Anything else? Anything people have to ask questions about?
I have nothing else.
You have anything, last comments?
I would just thank you for your consideration. I think that we've worked on developing a prudent budget for the department and tried to maintain costs to the best of our ability. And I look forward to the results of the study that's going on right now, because I'm really looking forward to find out if there's anything pretty much, I don't know if some sort of shared services is going to come out of it, but what I'm hoping really comes out of it is something where we can work together better with South Orange, that we can find out if we're deficient in any areas of operation that we can work on next year to enhance safety for the firefighters, which will enable them to better deliver service to the township.
Okay. So listen, we want to thank you for all you do. Honestly, this is a department we get no complaints about. In fact, I get letters complimenting your work. So thank you for doing what you do. And I know we all depend on you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're going to be back here at 1:30. We didn't get any questions, right? Ask the TC. Any comments from Mr. Carrera?
Not related to the budget anymore.
Mr. Carrera is Correa. He's got better things to do, right? All right, we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to hit the microphone?
builder who also competed. Yeah, competed. I did too, but, you know. I told him that I'm working on my goal of losing 10 pounds at 12 to go. Well, I'm on that same plan. Now I know. Well, it's 8. Tab 8.
Yes.
I'm rolling. Yeah, roll on out of here. No, what? You need a better knife.
Yeah, I know. We're on blue tabs.
Come on, Juan. You're proven.
I'm sure he is. It's good to hear. Teams, just struggling with that. I'm gonna have to. Now, hear the same good things.
Keep our mics on.
Look at that.
With the plastic.
Okay, we're back. We're on tab 8, the police department. So, welcome. We had the opportunity to look at your summary of activities, your goals for 2017, and we're going to ask you if you want to give us a couple of the highlights of 2016 and maybe some initiatives for 2017. Don't want you to read it.
Sure.
And then we'll go through the individual line items if anyone has any questions, and then we'll get to your capital requests and personnel requests. And the first thing I'm going to ask you is if you would both introduce yourselves.
Sure. Chief Robert Semino of the Maplewood Police Department.
Captain Joshua Cummins, Maplewood Police Department.
Thank you.
So, in terms of my activity-based budget presentation and submission, I wanted to start off by indicating that we had a very good year in 2016. As you probably know, we were somewhere in the area of 13% reduction in crime from the previous year, and that was coming off probably our lowest robbery numbers in about 16 years in 2015, and again, another very low crime rate. So we're very proud of that. I'm proud of the work that the officers did during the year. And in 2016, we also had reached our complement of 63 officers, our authorized complement of 63 sworn officers. So we did have less overtime use during that calendar year as well.
Chief, just for the benefit of everybody here, could you give us a rundown of the 63? You have 1 chief, 2 captains, how many lieutenants, how many sergeants?
Yes. So, look at those numbers. So, we have in our current authorized form a chief, 2 captains, we have 5 lieutenants, 10 sergeants. We have 7 detectives, and I believe that leaves us with 36 patrol officers.
Okay, thank you.
So that, having that full complement assisted us in maintaining a lower use of overtime for the year. In terms of this coming year of 2017, the initiatives that we're most interested in addition to the personnel requests that we'll get to later, but the purchase and implementation of the new in-vehicle video system that integrates with our body-worn cameras. That's a very important logical step for us because of the advance into the body-worn camera program. And that's something that we really wanted to focus on in 2017. We also wanted to supplement our existing public safety video cameras, which we use for examination of areas once a crime has been committed so that we could use that in investigations. And those are the primary areas that we want to focus on for 17 in addition to our regular attempt to improve our enforcement in both criminal enforcement and traffic enforcement. enforcement.
I see the traffic enforcement, speeding, distracted driving, crosswalks. You want to increase that by 10%, which is good.
Right. We feel that, there's room for improvement there. We understand that the town is very interested. The townspeople have expressed their interest in improving traffic safety, and we certainly want to address that.
Chief, you in your write-up, you talk about Class 2 specials.
Yes.
But there's nothing as far as a request for them.
Correct.
Talk about that and how you see that working.
Right. And the reason I used that but didn't make a submission is we want to explore that more in depth before we make a request to see if they're actually going to be a benefit in the system that we use here. They're obviously used in shore communities to supplement patrols, but there's a fine line that has to be met because you can supplement, but you cannot supplant with Class 2 specials. So that means that you can't just use specials to do the jobs that your regular patrol officers would normally do. But in certain situations, we're going to look at periodic times when we've had requests for either additional staffing on Springfield Avenue, Irvington Avenue, or the Village, where we do have officers assigned periodically, but there's times that it seems that some of the residents and businesses would prefer some additional police service. So this may be a way to bridge that gap, and I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the committee, that we want to explore those possibilities of providing some additional services without bringing on additional staff just for those particular types of instances.
Okay. Yeah, I have some questions.
Yeah, sure.
Chief, in looking at the police uniform salaries, it looks like last year we appropriated, and this is line 101. Last year we appropriated 5.67 and spent just under 5.5 million. This year we have budgeted a little over 6 million, which is a 10% increase over last year's spend. And I'm wondering if you could just talk about, why the increase is. Is that a contractual issue?
Some of that is, but I think Juan might be able to explain more of that.
Okay.
That's contractual.
Sorry?
Sorry.
That's contractual. For the most part, contractual, and there were some promotions within the department which causes S&W to go up.
And also there are,
Severance liability.
no, that's one, but what do you call those? Steps. There's the steps.
Ranks that
The steps.
Yeah, so everybody moves up depending upon what time of the year they were appointed, et cetera. So there's always someone moving up the steps, which is an increase.
Okay, yeah, no, it's just a significant, and if you look at sort of the trajectory, starting in 2012, we go from 5 million to 5.1 to 5.1 to 5.3 to 5.5, and now up over 6. So it's a bigger jump this year than we've seen historically, it looks to me.
Steps, promotions, and contracts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's also that for a couple of those years, we had 61 officers,
Right.
or 60 officers.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yes.
so it's a manpower increase also.
Yes,
being,
it's
okay.
both of those, I think. right?
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to know. The other is on 911 dispatchers. That is 102 under the 911.
Yes.
And we were pretty consistent 2012 to 2015. Last year we appropriated 568 and spent 366. And now this year we're at 608. I guess, and maybe this is a question you answered last year. At this point I don't recall, but the jump from 380 to 568 obviously was significant, but then we only spent 366, and now we have a budget of 608 for this coming year, which is a 66% increase. And I'm wondering if you could address that, and maybe that's something for Juan also. But.
Well, I think typically, all the salaries, et cetera, are Juan develops them.
Okay.
Based on the thing, so.
There was a little bit of turnover with the dispatchers last year. So we have to appropriate, if we have 20, just to mention a number, we have to calculate the salaries and wages for those 20 and appropriate for them in the budget. If 5 of them decide to leave at the end of the year, you're going to have some funds left. That's what happens in this case. But for 2017, what's appropriated there is for the payroll that we have or expect to have for 2017 in that area.
We're also down 2 full-time dispatchers. So we've been trying to supplement with part-timers and work through the part-timers to try to find suitable replacements for them. So we've seen an increase there in overtime, but the positions are actually still funded to be able to fund for the 2 full-time positions as well.
Understood, Chief. So the 366 that we spent last year, that, and the reason why we spent about 200,000 less than we appropriated was because, in large part, we were down 2 full-time people, and we didn't really save $200,000. We spent that $200,000 and maybe more on.
Well, some of that was spent in overtime.
You can actually see it in the overtime in 110, where we spent almost $100,000 in overtime.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
Can I ask what might be a really stupid question? But I know you have a weapons line and then an ammunition line. So if you don't use ammunition, do you have to replace it?
I'm sorry?
Ammunition,
Yes.
bullets, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah. I just don't,
Does it go bad?
does it, yeah, I mean, it's $12,000 every year for
We
ammunition.
have to qualify multiple times a year, so it gets shot off, and we have to maintain a store of it so that we have it available. And frequently what happens, and certainly while there was a ramp up in the conflicts overseas, we're not able to get that as quickly as we might need it if we don't have a certain amount on hand.
Okay.
So Captain Cummins can speak to that. He's the chief range master.
We've run into a problem, Ms. Adams, where we'll put a request in, we may not get that ammo for 18 months because of manufacturing delays, shipping delays, so on and so forth. So we're always having to keep a supply on hand to make sure we have enough for our qualifications. We use roughly 20,000 rounds a year in ammunition just for qualifications. Some we have to qualify twice a year, sometimes 4 times a year, depending on the weapon.
And weapons, same issue? Weapons.
Which line item are you on?
I'm sorry, it's just 104. I'm just curious as to,
104 is clothing allowance.
That's an allowance.
Weapons allowance.
104 is weapons allowance, which is contractual.
It's contractual too.
What does that mean? What is it? No, 104, I'm.
No, 104 is weapons allowance.
Are you on, you with 911 or are you with the police budget?
I'm in the police budget.
Okay, sorry.
701, 25, 240, 240, 104.
That was a contractual item that was negotiated for officers to either purchase or maintain their own off-duty weapons.
Off-duty weapons.
Yes.
And you're saying that's union contract?
Yes.
How often do we replace the weapons, the standard police weapons?
8 to 10 years, they're recommended on manufacturer, depending on, if something breaks, we'll have to send it back to the manufacturer if we can't fix it in-house. But 8 to 10 years.
And how often does the gun get tested?
Every time it's qualified, every time the officer qualifies, at minimum, every year. Minimum, right.
Oh, so their standard issue, when they go home for the evening, they leave that?
They can choose to leave it at the department or they can take it with them. That weapon is issued to them.
And then we also pay for their,
Off-duty weapon.
Another thing is, I talked with the fire department as well about overtime.
Yes.
So, can you explain the way shifts work and why overtime gets, what for police, not for 911. What kind of reasons do we have for overtime use if we've
backfilling.
increased the number of police on staff? Like on duty?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question entirely. I can give you an explanation for when we use overtime to replace officers, usually because of some type of leave, whether it's vacation time, sick time, other leaves that are granted, we would backfill those officers. I mean, that's essentially what overtime is used for. The other time, overtime is used for late incidents where an arrest is made at the end of an officer's shift, and then that officer has to work through the rest of the arrest process to complete the full process of arrest reports and sometimes transport of a prisoner. So those are other things that overtime is used for. You also have overtime used for special events. So the 4th of July, we have almost every officer in the department assigned to work on a day like that because we have thousands of people in town. You have things like Mayfest, other...
Are they not paid by the event?
The event people pay a portion of what it costs for us to run that, but the police department still bears a cost. So those are all additional overtime situations that we encounter.
Maple Woodstock is.
Maple Woodstock as well. We usually add a couple of officers in addition to what the event pays for, yes. Beyond that, if we have situations that arise throughout the year where there is an enhanced enforcement initiative, in prior years, probably 14 was one of the years we were starting to see an increase in robberies. We had multiple extra details out when we put more officers on because we wanted them walking in neighborhoods, walking in business districts. So in response to crime trends that we see, we will use overtime to supplement what our normal staffing would be for a regularly scheduled patrol function.
So, Mr. Uribe, do you think this 325, because except for the one bump in 2014 for the overtime, it seems like we happily spend less than we budget for. So I'm wondering why the need for the cushion all the time.
Well, when we budgeted, we have to look at the trends of the last 5 years.
Right.
In this case, we look at the trends of the last 5 years and even cut it a little. So if you look at the overtime, which is budgeted in 2016, the amount is a lot lower than what it was budgeted in 2016.
Yeah, but we're spending, 335, 373. So
It's been fluctuating in the last few years.
I can give you some additional perspective on that. We also have started to see an increase in leave use.
Sorry, what? Oh, leave use.
Right, special leaves are being used now that were not being used previously. And we also are looking at an unknown amount of overtime that we're trying to get our arms around in terms of the body-worn camera video program. Each time that an officer uses that, there's an increased cost because officers need to download that video. They have to categorize it. A watch commander then has to view that video and verify that that video is in fact corresponding to what the officer's report says. And that is a time-consuming function now that was not something that we had to do previously. So we're going to, I believe we need a cushion to be able to address that unknown that we're going to be facing at least this year as we're moving into this new program. And as we move forward, we'll have a better idea of how much that is going to cost us, but I think we're going to have a cushion there to be able to absorb that.
Let me make sure I understand that. So when an officer comes in from a shift.
I'm sorry?
An officer comes back from a shift and he has his body camera. He has to spend extra time downloading it.
Correct.
You have to pay for that.
We pay them for their time. We're trying to address some of that cost, Mr. McGehee, in the request for the updated video system that we have, because right now, that is a manual function that the officers are doing to do the physical docking of the equipment and making doing the keystrokes to load that. What the new system will do is that when the officers have the incorporated system, if the committee chooses to fund it, it will work much the same as our other systems do, where once the officer pulls the patrol car or patrol vehicle into the lot, it will automatically upload wirelessly, and then all the officer has to do is find it on the computer, still has to do a review, but then make a categorization of it, so the manual docking portion gets eliminated.
Minimize the time.
And it does minimize some of the time involved. There's still time involved in that. I don't want to, mislead you to think that that's all going to go away, but it does minimize some of that. The other thing we're hoping for, and, we've seen, it minimizes the error, because instead of an officer forgetting to download that, the device automatically makes the upload. So it's more seamless in the operation.
I have one more question. I was looking at 101 and salaries too. I'd like to learn a little more about steps and how we are projecting salaries and type of stuff with the STEP program. Is it something that we can predict? Is it based off the merit of time?
Yes, when in the contract, an officer would go to the academy, they get an academy rate. Typically, they're in the academy, 6 months? 6 months. So when they leave it, they go to the first step, and I think there's 10 steps altogether.
There's 2 step 8s. There's an A and a B.
Yeah, an A and a B. All right. So every year they'll go up a step, except for step 8, because that's a 6-month step. So it's there. So we know when everybody's anniversary is, et cetera. So we know they're going to move up and their salary's going to change. So we can easily predict all that. Yes.
And then do we ever have a change in the steps? Do we add steps, minimum?
We did on the last contract, we added a step.
Factor that into the projection model.
Yes.
Any other questions on the expenses? Let's go to the $120,000 for the vehicles. How many vehicles are we talking about?
Three. Yeah, these are the police interceptor vehicles. Let me just, give me 1 second.
That's just a police car for those of us who aren't in your position.
Well, we have purchased both the Ford SUV version Interceptor as well as the sedan Interceptor. We find we get good feedback from the officers on the SUVs because it is a wider vehicle and gives more room to the officers. The essential chassis and motor of that vehicle is the same as the sedan. It's just that the outer shell is larger. So we've been getting, Captain Cummins is looking that way because he's the fleet manager. Maybe I should let him explain.
I was thinking, yeah, I have a tiny car, but I'm tiny.
The engine, the drivetrain, the suspension in both vehicles are exactly the same. Gas mileage, everything is exactly the same. It is just a different body style. One's based off the Taurus, one's based off of an Explorer. For some of my bigger guys, they fit much better. There's a little bit more room in them to maneuver, and remember they're sitting in there for 10 hours. Some of the guys are in a little cramped space. Found that officers are much more comfortable, more productive if they're more comfortable. So,
just to remind us, could you talk about a shift? How long is a shift?
It's either 8 or 10 hours, 9 hours and 55 minutes to be exact on the longer one, but we're talking about 8 or 10 hours, depending upon them. There's two broad shift categories. So there's the 8-hour shift and the 10-hour, the officers that work the 10-hour, which is essentially the patrol division. They work a 4-day on, 3-day off work week.
And then the 8-hour shifts are basically administrative, special services, and bureaus, and they work an 8-hour day, 5 days on, 2 days off.
And how many shifts per day do you typically have?
Three shifts a day for the patrol division.
So one last question on the bigger car. What's the price difference in the sedan and the SUV body?
About $1,000.
Oh, so it's not significant at all. Gas mileage, same?
Exactly the same, the exact same engine. Ford built this specifically for our use.
Okay.
It's all-wheel drive, they're all-wheel drive, so we don't have to worry about chaining the cars anymore, go up the hills. We used to have that.
I haven't seen snow chains in a long time.
Yeah.
I think those are going to be history.
Still a few left. But both the sedan and the SUV, I like to call it the utility, they're exactly the engine, transmission, suspension, they're exactly the same. It's really just a different body style.
I do have a question about the court security. It says South Orange. What does that mean? That's 231.
That's what South Orange pays to have. It's what South Orange pays to have court security in place during the days that they are holding court.
They're paying us?
We pay the security firm, and South Orange pays us.
Okay. Right? So this is a reimbursable amount, this 30,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions on line items? Let's move to your capital requests.
Okay.
You have in-car camera upgrade.
In-car camera upgrade, right. And I had already touched on that earlier as we spoke. So just to, give a little more detail on that program, I gave the basic perspective of what that does. We do currently have an in-car camera system. It is 8 years old. Technology grows old quickly, as you all know. We have also we're starting to have more reliability issues with the current system, and the manufacturer is not the same as the Data 911 body cams that we currently have. That system did not offer a body cam that was compatible for the in-car system. So we are also looking at an upgrade of the in-car computer that will run that video system, because these current in-car computers are working on an old operating system that's no longer supported. Putting all those things together, we're making a request for the full upgrade of the in-car computers and the in-car camera system, which will then integrate or allow for the integration of the body-worn cameras. The benefits to that I spoke of earlier: the automatic integration upload at police headquarters, as well as the system of the body-worn camera that we have. The back-end software has a great integration between multiple camera systems on its review screen. So that means that if the captain and I are wearing a body-worn camera and we both respond to a call, and the in-car camera system is the one that we're specing and requesting here, that all of that video is viewable through the back-end software simultaneously, and it gives you a perspective of the different activities that are happening simultaneously between the vehicle view and the individual officer view. So we feel that's a very good benefit, so that we can get a great picture of what the incidents are that are being captured by this camera system. So the integrated product is a real enhancement to what we currently have right now between the separate body-worn cameras that we own and the in-car systems that we currently have.
Any questions on this? Let's move to the public safety video program.
Public safety video program. As you know, we have a variety of locations throughout town that have public safety video. They have been valuable in giving us the ability to go back and historically investigate incidents that have happened, give us intelligence information about suspicious activity that's gone on in these particular areas. With some of the new construction that's gone on in town, specifically over in the Springfield Avenue area by Jacoby Street and Chancellor, as well as in the village, we don't have that capability. We did it one time in the village, but since the new project, we lost that ability, so we want to replace that, and we also want to enhance the viewing ability over in the area of the new construction on Spring at Chancellor. So these cameras would bring us up online. It would also allow us to upgrade some of the existing older cameras in the system that have been working for several years now and should be upgraded.
What do you mean you lost the ability in the village? Because the
We
building's
couldn't-
there,
Because
obviously.
the building's gone. We had them mounted on the post office. So we want to remount new cameras in the village.
So what happened to the old cameras?
The old
Came
cameras
off.
are outdated anyway.
For the technology for these cameras that we're talking about that we place on buildings, is it compatible with these new cameras that you want to put on the bodies in the cars? Can it be one seamless system?
Well, they're digital, so they are similar in that respect, and they're not analog, but I'm not sure that we would integrate them, or, well, maybe your question is, and let me frame it this way. If you're asking if that video would integrate into the back-end software that I spoke of that becomes, it does not do that. It does not do that. So essentially, we have to look at our public safety video separately, and then our body-worn video separate from that.
Ideally, I would love to see a software platform that integrates not just the physical body camera and the car, but also the,
public safety video
as well. And then you have the whole complete picture.
Interesting concept, but I have not seen a system that does that yet. Not to say it isn't out there, but, we get a lot of inquiries from vendors, and I have not seen that. But there may be something like that, and we could explore that in the future and see if
Cost savings, because now we're using multiple channels too.
Yep. Yeah, we can certainly explore that.
In the police station, is the capability already there for you to monitor all these new locations as well as the existing locations?
Yes.
So I know I've seen it on the screens, so you'll be able to.
Just plug them in. Basically, we'll just bring them up on the screens.
Not getting too small to see any of them.
Well, we can bring all of those up to full screen when necessary, so that's a passively monitored system.
Okay.
So these cameras have proven effective in identifying cars and
people, absolutely.
Generally after the fact, but they're
right.
They're tools for investigation and follow-up.
Absolutely.
Do you foresee any additional locations like for next year, or is this going to pretty much cover where we need to cover as far as new locations?
Unless something changes where we have either a particular type of activity that develops somewhere else in town, I think we would pretty much have covered the majority of the areas, because essentially what we're trying to do is build out a network that rings the town so that the main entry points are covered by some type of video system, so that unfortunately, if a crime is committed and someone is fleeing, we can capture that. When people are coming into town, we can also capture that. So that gives us investigative leads to work on when we have someone tell us that a red Ford came by and committed a crime at such and such a time. We can then go back and look at the main entry points in town and see, hey, maybe we can identify that red Ford. And then we also use some license plate cameras that will capture in some of those areas, and we try to integrate those into those areas as well. That has been a very beneficial lead for us at times with investigations.
Okay, next up, I think your last capital request is the wireless internet access. We talked a little bit about this with the, there was a question at the municipal court. Would this fit wireless through the whole building, or do you have wireless there now? You don't. So would this create wireless capability through the whole building?
The whole building would be covered by what was spec'd out here. And my understanding is that it would be segmented so that it would be, controlled access for, the different user groups that would need it.
So you could have a network connection and open connection like we have here?
Right, it would have that capability.
You have more questions about this?
No, I mean, my question was really just where in the building would it be accessible, and whether it would be accessible in the courtroom area and also in the sort of the lobby area outside the courtroom where people come for violations.
Right, we could make it, accessible to all those areas.
Okay.
So that was my understanding of the spec.
And then we'll have it for the summer, for our meetings.
Okay. Your personnel requests, you have 2 new positions. I don't think you do, no, you don't have any merits, right? No, just the 2 new,
Correct.
2 requests for new positions. So you have a new position, captain of police.
Correct. I can give you some history from when I first started on this job in 1981. The department had 56 officers, and at the time there were 3 captains. And at that time, one of those captain's positions was a periodic night captain. And part of the duties that were handled, which certainly have expanded well beyond what they were in 1981, was to monitor patrol activities as well as essentially do a quality control function and be there as an assist to the patrol division when certain decisions had to be made. What I am suggesting in this request is that we reinstitute a 3rd captain's position. Due to the number of duties that have developed over the years, we are now having difficulty getting what I consider to be proper oversight across all the areas of responsibility within the department. So the administrative function of internal affairs, the budgeting function and facilities functions, and then the patrol division function, which is really has had an expansion of responsibility and changes in supervision over the last couple of years because we had a large number of retirements. So what I'm starting to see is that a lot of the oversight that was getting done and the reporting that was being done properly has fallen by the wayside. And as the structure of the department exists today, we don't have enough people at the command level to do that oversight and to be out there and monitoring and assisting the patrol division. So what this 3rd position would be primarily the operations function captain. They would perform those duties that were outlined in the submission that I provided. And the goal would be to improve the motivation and productivity of the patrol division and ensure compliance with the uses of the body-worn camera system, the new ECDR requirements for the new bail reform system, and all of the reporting that we need to be in compliance with as a police agency.
Basically, this would be promoting someone to captain to take over this responsibility.
Correct.
And
I'm redistributing some of what used to be the duties and now some new duties that have developed and assigning those to a 3rd captain.
And then you feel you either need also to then replace.
Backfill that position right through the ranks.
So we would go from 63 to 64 under this plan?
Yes.
Now, this, you have the new position here, $162,000, which is salary and benefits.
Plus, does that include the new officer?
No, but what I wanted to say is that this is really not the full cost because there's the margin between what the person's getting now as a lieutenant and what the person would get here.
Right, and then
the additional
moving
move-ups.
up, and then the new one coming in.
Right, but the move-ups don't matter because you're
There's a
you're
salary
just replacing.
But the new person.
The new person would matter.
And the incremental between the lieutenant and the captain.
Right, so you wouldn't combine the 162 and the 32, because the 162, it's only the margin.
Yes.
So it might be 30,000 and
Right.
32.
Yes, we'll update out there. Okay.
One more question in regards to staffing. So I did read through this document. It talked about 2 patrol officers, 2 patrol sergeants, 1 lieutenant, 1 officer, or several officers with reoccurring medical conditions. So we go up to 64. The way I'm reading this math is we're losing 8, more or less. I mean, how is that going to work?
Well, those wouldn't be permanent losses, but what I spoke about, and the reason I included that is, for a period of time in the beginning portion of the year, we are going to be at a loss. So we will pay overtime, but we will also have a loss of some supervision that we would normally have in the patrol division. So it's very important that we can get that captain to start providing that oversight function while we're even reducing some of the lower ranks that would have been in the position to do some of that lower level oversight.
I know you talked about how are they going to play, how do they play a role? Like, I know we have 21 auxiliary officers. I'm trying to think about like staffing and just, how does that, well, I want to learn. So how does that work? How can we get those guys, gals to, to be more engaged, especially we're losing 8 and only gaining 1?
Right. Well, I'll try to give you a short explanation of what the use of auxiliaries is. And auxiliaries are not specials. Class 2 specials are a certification that is basically 1 step below a fully certified police officer. The auxiliaries that we have, and Class 2 specials, the ones I mentioned in my initial activity-based budget narrative, are paid officers. And they're paid, and they can only work a certain number of hours per week, much lower than a full-time officer. But the auxiliary officers are based, they derive their authority through the State Office of Emergency Management, and they are volunteers. By law, they cannot perform full police duties without having a regular officer assist and supervise them. So they cannot step into any of these roles that we're talking about. They are really, when they are, quote, on patrol in the sense that we understand them to be on patrol when we speak, they're actually in a training function only. They can be out on the road, but they have to be directly responsible to a regular police officer. So the function that they provide is they walk through the parks, they present a physical presence, but any action they take has to be under the authority of a regular police officer. And when we use them on holidays and events such as the 4th of July, they are acting out in that capacity because they are trained in traffic control and they do receive other police training, but their authority really is only full upon the declaration of an emergency, like a Sandy hurricane or something of that nature. So really you're talking about 2 distinctly different pools of staffing types. And then you have the third pool being our regular, fully sworn officers.
Then for the auxiliary, is there a contractual limit? I mean, aside from their ability, the number of hours they can use, by contract to our officers, how much and where we can put them?
Well, it's really the law that says you cannot supplant. It's the same concept of a special. Any auxiliary or special officer cannot be used to supplant the operation and work of a regularly full sworn officer.
Well, neither of these 2 categories could really save us money, salaries or anything like that, or overtime.
Not to do the full function police officer job that we traditionally have requirement for. They are supplements in their own special ways for certain distinct types of operation.
So these auxiliary officers, for example, they can't write traffic tickets for speeding, for example?
I'm sorry?
Can they write tickets for speeding? Like, we have...
They don't, no, we wouldn't have them enforce speeding regulations, no.
So just so we're clear, so then the table of organization would be 1 chief, 3 captains, 5 lieutenants, 10 sergeants, and then the rest would be detectives and officers.
Correct.
So we're not changing any of the things below the captain level.
No.
So in order to do this, you want to move a lieutenant to a captain.
Place the lieutenant, right.
So, and then at the bottom, you create a patrol officer,
Add an
open
additional
and you
patrol
full officer. Okay. So we know police work has gotten a lot more difficult. The relationship with the community has been more important than ever before. We've put certain requirements or asks on you, more traffic enforcement and all that. So let's say that we come to the conclusion that it's just too much for us to do this. What would be the impact if you had to keep the table of organization you had right now?
Well, we're going to have difficulty in monitoring and improving the traffic enforcement and monitoring and improving the body-worn camera systems. And quite frankly, and I tried to explain this in my narrative, due to the fact that we have many new officers, there's a real need for additional guidance within the patrol division. Many of our supervisors are new. They themselves need guidance. We are going to have a gap in the ability to do the proper monitoring that I believe is necessary to maintain the high quality of the policing that we're used to having here in Maplewood. As I sit here today, I believe that, that's become marginalized due to the inexperience that's out there. And I think that only by having that third captain are we going to be able to have the proper level of supervision and oversight that we need to bridge that gap and then continue to build this young department in their experiences and improve and make them be able to do that job that we're used to having done by the police officers. I think it's important. I've had the privilege of leading this department for 16 years, and I don't make a request like this lightly. If I did not believe in you, you've made it clear that this is a very important decision whenever we come to the budget table. And if I didn't feel that it was absolutely necessary that we needed to have a position like this, I would not make this request to the Township Committee. I would find a different way to do it, but I don't believe we can do that at this time.
So at one of the Public Safety Committee meetings when we spoke about this in the past, the suggestion was, well, why don't we just take a lieutenant and move that lieutenant and to give that lieutenant more of the responsibility that you would normally assign to this new captain?
Right. And the answer to that is that ranks matter. And a lieutenant is not in a position to tell another lieutenant what to do or to demand them to carry out an order. And because we are a paramilitary organization, we need the authority of that rank to actually make sure that those functions occur.
Even with your steps, so presumably you have a lieutenant here and a lieutenant there and a lieutenant there, right?
No. Those steps are for pay. They are not for authority.
The only thing tenure gets you is a lower badge number, right?
That's right. And a vacation pick.
There you go. If this was approved, how fast would it be implemented? I mean, what is the process? What would have to happen?
Well, we have previously submitted a request that was approved through resolution to extend the existing list that we have for promotions. That process would move forward then. The committee would interview the the certified members on that list for promotion, interview the top 3 and make a selection. And then that would have to be done in 90 days because that extension is only extended for a 90-day period. And we would then make the promotions and move the new officers into their new positions and get them trained in the new roles that they were assigned.
So if I'm looking at the schedule, April 18th is when we would adopt.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So is that within 90 days of,
Well, it
January,
expires
February?
when? When did the list expire?
January 21st.
yeah, it was something like that. It was April 22nd.
No, you'd have to.
Have to do something. So if we were inclined to do this, we could authorize, and even though we didn't adopt the budget, we could do this and just understand that it is going to be part of the budget.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right, if you, and I'm not an expert in this, Mayor, for sure, but if you determine that the captain, that a new position was authorized, then by the wording of the ordinance, the list then becomes extended for a full 180 days.
So we only got 90 days out of the resolution, but should they introduce and pass an ordinance, another 90 days is put on it? Or is it 90 days plus 180?
Might have to check with Mr. Desiderio, but the idea would be that you would have to make that decision in the first 90 days, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay. So the decision is that we would have the discussion, and we should actually put this on for the next township committee meeting. The discussion is to extend the table of organizations to 64 with the addition of a third captain, correct?
Right, the ordinance would have to be modified to that. That's the key.
That's what we ought to put on, is changing the table of organizations at the police department. We can discuss that. If we decide that we want to move in that, we can instruct Mr. Desiderio to prepare an ordinance. This is going to be somewhere in March that we're going to introduce this, do a final adoption of it, if we were to go ahead, which would allow us then to include it in the adopted budget.
So I need
Yes.
a better understanding before I can consider this as to the other costs that aren't in these two forms with regard to how much more, like what salary is this existing person, for example, that it's going to now cost this, and then whoever goes up next, and then whoever goes up next. So I'd like a full, is this going to be
I get it.
total? Get it?
Got it, yes.
And then is there a possibility, obviously it's not your wish list, but if the incoming backfill position was not filled, what's the implication of that? Which is what I'm saying is, from your perspective, is it more important to increase to another captain position and then, advance other officers into the different authority positions?
And forego?
And forego the additional officer, or?
The implication would most likely be overtime. And I would suggest that we wanted to increase that number for sure. But if in fact the decision was made not to add the backfill, then there would be an overtime implication to that.
For sure, or just possibly?
For sure, because there are going to be patrol division duties that would not be handled because of the move up through the ranks. So we want to make sure we staff sufficiently with.
Okay, then I need that number too, as to whether, I just need more numbers. And,
Yeah, we can do the projections about what it will cost.
projections, and if we don't replace the officer, what's that going to cost? Because he's in 5 years
Yeah, I'm not
over.
sure how we're going to project the overtime costs. That
Right,
would be
but,
difficult.
yeah.
Is there any physical change that has to be made at the police department with a third captain?
No.
Josh has to move his desk over.
I think one more question. In terms of this, saying this position gets approved, we have this new captain. Will he or she be also focused on, our traffic issue? That's something that right now, I have to be honest with you, as a resident and also representing our people, that's the number one thing this town is talking about.
Yep.
And so I understand the reduction of 8 people and bringing someone on.
Tell me again, what's the reduction of 8 people?
So if you read the second paragraph, it talks about 2 patrol officers, a patrol lieutenant. These people are going to be temporarily not
being able to be part of the staff because you're going to be taking sick time and things like that.
It's listed in the.
Right here in the second paragraph.
Okay.
In the narrative. What I was speaking to there is the temporary absence of several people. We have people on long-term
Right,
light.
but we use overtime to fill those in, right?
Correct.
So it's not like they're not, we just bring people in on overtime to fill in those positions.
Fair enough, but I'm still concerned about taking care of pedestrian safety.
So.
Chief or people in general? Because
No, the chief. So chief, the question is this new captain going to focus on
traffic?
Traffic
Yes.
among other issues, and you have that broken out here in the report.
Yes,
right?
it's listed. Yeah, that's one of the primary focuses of that new captain's position is to improve traffic safety enforcement.
Very important. As we are representing the people of the town, that's the number one thing I hear about every day. So we're clear on that.
Are there any additional costs, cars or anything else that we have to think about with this? No?
They need a new car for the new cop?
Uniform,
Yeah, I mean, those,
You know all
yeah,
those.
yeah. Okay.
one new gun.
Because the fire department may have an extra Crown Victoria you can use. Enjoy it. Okay. Anything else?
Please don't use Crown Vics anymore, come on.
Still some around.
All right, so Chief, we're going to put this on for discussion at our February 7th meeting, is this, and in the interim, I would suggest, whatever information you can provide, the cost, operation, whatever you heard here today, it'd be in your best interest to get it to us. Yeah, actually, if you need to be here that night. Yeah, to be here to answer any questions on the 7th, yeah.
Very good.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to say?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Captain Coach, you want to say anything? You didn't say too much.
He talked about the cars and
Yeah.
the big officers and the big cars.
Hemi, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And we're up next is Recreation and Cultural Affairs.
They're here.
They're here. They're not in the room, though.
Tab 9.
Tab 9, thank you.
No, wait a minute. 9 is 5.
13.
13.
13, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's okay.
It's all right.
All right. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
He went to get them. Hey, they're eating lunch. They're pretty good, huh? Hey. They're cinnamon buns. Here's your.
It's both. Yeah, I was on Springfield Avenue yesterday, and people were stopping, but there's still people that don't have a clue. They just drive. Yes. No. Okay. We did not receive any kind of written narrative from you.
We just got it yesterday.
Okay.
We'll give it to you. But
Say that again?
packet that we-
Well, that's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to read
I
that.
understand.
Okay. Here it is. Thank you. Here it is. Okay. So we did not receive this, and we're not able to look at this. So, but we don't want you to read it. But we do want you to talk about any kind of special things you did in 2016 and anything special you want to say about 2017. And I would tell you that there's been some earlier conversation about the age-friendly stuff, so if you want to dwell on that a little bit more, but not only. And then, do you want to do rec first and then cultural affairs?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
And then the last thing is, we'll go through the program stuff, we'll go through the line items.
Okay.
This is your first time doing this, okay. So we'll go through the line items, and then we'll ask, we'll talk about the capital budget requests.
Okay.
And we'll also talk about your open space trust fund requests.
Okay.
All right? And the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is introduce yourself and yourself.
Okay, I'm Melissa Mancuso.
You gotta speak.
All right, I'm Melissa Mancuso. I'm the Director of Recreation and Cultural Affairs.
I'm Andrew Fishman. I am the manager of the Office of Cultural Affairs.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just go through, I guess, changes in the narrative, new things. And in department facilities, there's a new facility in comparison to last year, which is 106 Burnett Avenue. The fields are the same, the programs, we have a lot of senior programming and a lot of the standard things. Senior studio art program is another thing that we started this in 2016. And also in the pool, we had some new programming that we were offering, which is in the narrative.
Can you go back to your motto? What are you trying to accomplish there,
Yes.
and how did you come up with that?
The new motto is all for fun and fun for all, which is just highlighting the previous mission statement. And our focus really for programming is we want everything to be affordable and accessible for everybody. So they can take advantage of all of our programming. So all for fun and fun for all is new, and we've kind of tweaked our logo a little bit and just added that tagline onto marketing things, which we're working a lot on, and also in cultural affairs. So we have a universal logo and tagline, and kind of easy to market things that way.
And fun for all ages.
Yeah, all ages.
Oh, is that fun for all ages?
Fun for all ages, everything.
So just going back to 2016, I know you've been involved in some of the age-friendly things, and we had a meeting of rec and health, and we talked about ways in which they can work together more. So if you could talk also about that, the interdepartmental cooperation that you see going forward.
Yes, I think the health department is a huge resource for us, and we all have the common vision of getting the senior population out and active and, of course, healthy. So I've reached out to Barbara several times, of course, Bob Rowe, Candace, and they helped kind of call people for me for the age-friendly holiday party that we did. We had that for the first time at 106 Burnett in December, and Candace actually phoned people for us. We had just like a little meeting about how can we get more people out to come to this party. It's a first-time thing. So also I asked if they could get St. Barnabas to get more involved with us over here and not just at Winchester Gardens. And Winchester Gardens, they come and speak there, and they have a large following. I think they get about 48 people per meeting, so it's tough to compete with. But we did just have one last week, a lunch and learn, where they learned about safety with medications and things. And we hosted that at 106 Burnett with, a little lunch and learn session, and it went over really well. And I think they're looking forward to having some more programming like that. And also Candace can do, of course, her screenings, blood pressure and glucose and things actually over there now that we have that space dedicated. So it should be a good, merging. Okay. And also, we're trying to add in some programming for 2017 that, of course, is focused on age-friendly, which I listed here, including age-friendly self-defense. Our senior studio program went well at the Irvington location on Irvington Avenue, so we want to bring that over to 106 Burnett and offer it to more people. So we have that on board too, and a lot of the classes that we offer for all ages, we want to offer special sessions for age-friendly, and the instructors are excited to do that along with the fitness programs that we already have.
Could you talk about the population of children? Do you see it? You haven't been here that long, but you get a sense that it's growing. What's the trend line?
I think the programs are growing. I think we're trying to market things a lot. Since I've been here, we're trying to get things out in the news record, in backpacks. We tried to revamp the flyers. We're using like an outside vendor to do the flyers, so I think they're more eye-catching and people want to look at them. And so a lot of our things have sold out. I know Ski Club is maxed out. We have 262 kids that on Fridays take buses up to Vernon. And we offer now this self-defense, which was a first-time offering, just started 2 weeks ago. That is maxed out. We had to split the classes up because it was too much of a demand. So things like that we're noticing there. I know the basketball is totally sold out. So we're trying to, keep the numbers up and keep the class size small enough that they're still having a good experience, because you don't just want to have so many people in there. They're not getting instruction and they're not able to really participate and take their turns. But I also think at the pool we're offering, the Makos, they sold out. We have the dive team. They're, full. And then we offered a camp this summer, the diving camp. And that was a really good experience too for the kids.
It used to be that for kids camp, people used to camp out at the Civic House the night before. Are we still getting sort of a robust interest in the summer camp programs?
I haven't noticed any campers out, but I'm looking to really market the camp more. I think the camp has changed. That's when I first came. I wanted to tweak a few things with that and to get the word out. I think there's a lot of competition in the world of camp. So I know this year we're going to pilot it for 4 weeks aftercare, which I'm not sure if we'll get more people because of that, but camp ended at 3 p.m. So I'm also participating in, this is a first ever expo on February 11th for summer camp. They're having, is it the Board of Ed doing it or something? Somebody in town is doing it at the Woodland.
I think it's actually one of the realtors is doing it, but.
Yeah. So we're going to participate in that and hopefully get the word out, because we've changed a lot about camp. So if people thought it was old and stale, we've tweaked things and we'd like to get, the word out.
You're including aftercare, that would kind of significantly increase your budget for that, wouldn't it?
We're going to see how it takes off. We're going to have 2 staff members. So we're planning on kind of balancing, splitting shifts. So if somebody works, 12 till 6, there'd be less in the morning, and just kind of staggering the staff. I know nobody will probably be anxious to work until 6 p.m., but we're going to have to get 2 people. And if it doesn't take off, I talked to South Orange. I know their camp ends at 1 p.m. So, maybe there isn't a need. I just want to try it out and see if that's maybe where we're missing out on some working families.
Going back to the senior building on Irvington Avenue, we have not had a good record of interaction with them. Our senior citizen coordinator, for whatever reason, just has not developed a strong enough relationship there. How do you see that changing in 2017?
I think after the senior studio was there and we went there, I even asked them, would you be willing to leave this building? I think the myth was that they're in their facility and they don't want to leave. But from what I understand, they were willing to, if we could get them there, they were willing to come over to 106 Burnett and participate, in programming. If we could jitney them or have some way to get there, they would be willing to do that. So I would be anxious to, that's why we're not going to keep offering it just there, get them out and about, and then they could participate in our other programming also.
How do you plan to reach the residents there? Is it through the building? Is it directly?
I know Dan Caslow has an interaction with like an office manager person that is there. So hopefully he can kind of build a bridge between.
Yeah, but you're not going to be using Dan for all your stuff. So how is your department going to create that relationship?
Well, I would have to work on it, get Michelle over there and see how we can post things. We've tried to post things, flyers and things there before. It didn't really happen when we went to follow up. So we definitely want to get them out and about. I know some of them leave for the day and they do other activities, but there's still people sitting there daily that could use more social interaction, with the town.
The challenge is to get to those folks, and it just hasn't happened. We've had budget meetings after budget meetings and meetings after meetings where we talked about it. And it hasn't happened. So I would like to be able to have you come back next year and say this is what we achieved in 2017.
Okay.
We'll have had the help of the senior.
That's true. Great. Should I go on to 2017? What we're planning, which is
17's good.
Okay. We're going to continue our pool programming with our lifeguarding courses, golf, frisbee camps, the basketball, ski snowboarding. We're adding to kids camp, as I said, so hopefully we'll have increased attendance. Age-friendly fitness programs are growing. We're hoping to add more trips and events, special events for them, either entertainment coupled with educational seminars. I think on a lot of the focus groups we learned, some of the seniors were looking to be entertained. Some of them, like, I could go see a show on my own. I don't want that aspect. I would be more interested in seminars. So we learned a lot from these focus groups, and it's just drilling down on their actual needs and what will they come out for, because some of them wanted parties, but then at the holiday party, they weren't there as much as we marketed and got it in the paper, and Candace was dialing them up on the phone. So we had a good turnout, you know, and hopefully, I think word of mouth helped us out there too, because everybody that came had a good time. They'll start continuing to go to our events, and they'll be more frequent than just once a year. The trips are more frequent now. The seniors I know they wanted to go to Christmas tree shops and Bed Bath & Beyond, so that's now a weekly thing where their needs are being met. ShopRite is on Fridays, and the mall is twice a month. We're going to keep training the staff in the normal way, and we've also signed up with Fred Pryor for continuing education for everybody, so they're getting a lot more business style training, as well as recreation and CPR and all their certifications.
Could you run down the current staffing that you have?
Yes. The current staff, which I think is growing, we have myself, the director, a program supervisor in the community center at Tahart, program supervisor here in Town Hall, a cultural affairs manager, a pool maintenance worker, a pool maintenance foreman, which is new from last year, which has been a great addition to the team. He's helped us out in all capacities right now in the off season. And we have part-time, a rec aide, a lot of program instructors, coaches, building attendants, and referees. And our seasonal staff is lifeguards, front desk staff at the pool, patio staff, a kids camp director, counselors, and then we have park attendants when we're in season.
So it's one of the biggest employment
Yes.
entities we have in the township in the summer.
And I believe we're going to be welcoming someone new with the age-friendly initiative,
Right.
you know, as part of our department.
And the Cultural Affairs also has an event coordinator too. So as far as every day, you got the director, 2 program supervisors, a rec aide, Cultural Affairs, event coordinator, and 2 people at the pool.
Yes.
Those are year-round
That's
positions.
year-round on a daily basis.
And then, of course, instructors come and go.
We have a lot of
And
instructors.
pool lifeguards and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay. Anything else you have on 17?
I think in 2017, you know, a big addition will be hopefully having senior programming earmarked for that. Currently, in the budget, it is under rec programs, which it's never, as far as I can find electronically or anything, budgeted out. This portion is for the senior population, or this portion. So it's kind of like they got in where they could fit in. And I think if Michelle hobnobbed a trip to the beach or something, then they would be paid for. So I think to have its own line item will be, you know, then we can see where it falls in. And like with anything, we're looking to build in the money to see how it pans out. We want to take our first, you know, Spirit of New Jersey cruise, and people will pay for, you know, a lot of these programs, but without the money in there to buy all the tickets outright, you know, we can't really execute the programming until we have funds to do
One
so.
thing we heard in the discussions with the initiative with South Orange was intergenerational.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that? I know there was some concern that 106 was going to be used as a place just for elderly folks and that they weren't going to ever get out and interact with younger people. So what is your thinking about the whole intergenerational approach to things?
I think intergenerational is critical in some aspects. When it comes to like gardening, that's a fun thing that we can do with people of all ages, and it's usually a really positive thing. I've reached out to Judy LaBianco at the high school to see if we can partner up. If those kids need community hours, why can't we link up and get them out there and doing things with our seniors, even serving at these, if we have these events, just serving, you know, the seniors. It's funny because you learn through working with the seniors, a lot of them think they want to be around kids, but they don't. They don't want to be hanging out with like bunch of loose toddlers in the room at all. But the school-age kids, I feel like when they hit the 5th, 6th grade, they really learn from each other. And if a social studies class can come in with prepared questions, something that relates to their studies, and talk to them, and they have it outlined, because otherwise to freestyle it just is awkward, and they don't ice break. They need a plan. And then they can use it for their schoolwork, and it's really great for the seniors too. And typically they learn a lot from each other. Like they, did you have an iPhone? They're like, no, we didn't even have a phone. So they really learn from each other. And hopefully if we can link up with some teachers, which I know at camp we use a couple, I'm thinking you really have to build a relationship with a teacher to help get these kids on these field trips, because it does have to be approved by the Board of Ed, and they take a bus and, things like that get logistically difficult, but once you get it going, it can, maintain itself, and they want to usually keep coming back. So we tried to merge with the Girl Scouts for some holiday things, because they just used one of our spaces and they didn't have time to come to the holiday party. The schedules didn't work out. So, it would take work to get everything coordinated, because of course on the weekends when the kids are free, the seniors aren't at that building. So it has to be during the school day in a way that works for everybody.
Let's move on to the line items, your budget items there.
Okay.
I had one question on item number 202, recreation equipment rental. We have never budgeted for this before. Now you have $6,400 there.
Yes, that is toilets.
Toilets?
Yes, portable toilets.
Okay.
We've never really had a proper place to pay for them, and I based that on $229 for 4 units for 7 months, which is just an average. When Green Day comes, we supplement and order them, and also during our sports seasons, like Ultimate Frisbee is out there. They are out there in seasons when they need restrooms, to be available at Memorial Park, and then Maple Crest has one. So we have them all out, and they're just kind of being paid for in various ways, but this would be a correct.
And this would be for the whole entire summer, or spring to fall, or when?
Yes.
Just.
Yeah, the Civic House when the Civic House is open, we don't need portable toilets because they have access. But in the off seasons, softball pays for them when softball's playing.
Right.
But once their season's over, they don't want to be paying for the bathrooms that are sitting out there for Frisbee and other kids.
In line item 102, you talk about playground directors, and you have it as a net zero, but you went over 10K actual, so why are you not projecting that to be higher for this year? Playground directors. 102.
Playground directors.
Yeah, that's in there.
That's mine. Yeah, that's yours.
Yeah, last year you spent 80,000, so you spent 10,000 more than you budgeted last year.
Okay, I'll let Juan take that. I'm not sure.
That's just the increase coming from the labor contract.
No, this year you're back to 70,000. 102.
You have to look into that and get back to you with an answer.
Yes, because I don't have it in my mind right now.
Okay.
I have to get back to you on this one.
Thank you. And then let's go to 208. This is the senior citizens programs. And how did you come up with this? I know you spoke about it, putting some money dedicated. How did you come up with 48,272?
The breakdown was if we had 10 events per year, meaning food, catering, money for that. Entertainment at 6 per year, which, isn't like highline entertainers, but just, we had Ray Charles, somebody come in, and like a Frank Sinatra, different kinds of, entertainment.
I think Ray Charles would charge you more than $48,000.
Right, he's not going to make it, but we budgeted in for that. And then we had instruction for fitness at their hourly rate, thereabouts, for 8 classes weekly for 52 weeks. So that was just the breakdown, adding definitely more parties and events that include food to get them out. And then entertainment, which is 6 per year. Like I said, they're not all looking to get just entertained. They point out there's a lot of local entertaining. And then more fitness and arts classes because when we want to add watercolors and photo and sewing and things like that, all the instructors are going to need to be.
So is this coming out of another line, or is this just brand new?
This is brand new.
So cost, you've had activities in the past. Where did it come out of before?
They came out of rec programs,
Program supplies or,
yeah, which is 206 here.
right?
And I really don't think a lot of it was expended on the seniors.
So I guess this is the question. If, it looks like we spent 45, but this is an old number, so it might be close to 50.
Yes.
But now you're carving out seniors. Do we still need 50 in the rec programs? Since you're carving out some senior activities. You can take a look at that and maybe,
Okay. Yeah, when I looked back, I was having a hard time finding really a lot expended on the seniors currently, because a lot of their trips were just paying
so there wasn't.
trips and, fitness instructors, because they do have fitness, but they weren't having big events or parties.
So it might be marginal.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Do you have transportation for seniors included anywhere in the budget, or is that something?
That's in the minibus drivers up in the, but nothing as far as, because they're jitney trips, or we have a van if it's a smaller trip. So there's no coach, busing or anything.
Line 209 is outside janitorial services. What's that for? It's new.
That is new. That is as Andrew and I meet and are learning that all of our buildings, including that 106 and DeHart, need additional cleaning to keep them, rentable and looking the way that we want them to look, and day-to-day operations and deep cleaning wise. But I think if we have any changes in our custodial staff, this could be omitted. If we had actual additions to our custodians, because right now we have, a few hours from our current custodians that they get to splice off and come. I think the Woodland is 2 hours a week on Wednesday mornings, which is not enough to keep that.
2 hours a week at Woodland?
I think he slides it in Wednesdays.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The mic. Andrew, you need the mic. Oh, sorry. Being televised.
So so you have so many hours of DPW custodial time?
Yes.
For all the buildings?
For all of the, 106 isn't on their
Right.
charts right now.
So DeHart, Bergdorf, Woodland,
Town hall.
Town hall, and really
oh no, Town Hall is different.
Oh, it's different.
1978.
1978, okay. So if we were to get this $14,000 contract, it would cover those buildings and DPW would no longer provide those hourly
This is in
services?
addition to.
In addition
They go
to.
to DeHart 2 hours a morning, which especially in the summer is just not enough.
Right.
So this would be in addition to.
Okay.
Using an
Is there, should we think about DPW taking this on, Joe, about
Yeah, well, that'll be in, yes.
their budget so that we can,
Or the other way?
Yeah.
Of just privatizing it
right,
all?
exactly.
Okay. Other questions on rec? Yes.
The leagues, line 214,
Yes.
what is that?
That is our wrestling league you have to pay into. Our basketball is the highest fee one, because we have a bunch of basketball teams. And then the swim teams that goes into, we pay league fees, but that comes out of rec budget usually.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We have swim team league fees too. So all of our organized sports have league fees that we have to pay into. The highest being, which is our most popular, basketball.
So is this number all reimbursed through fees for participation or no?
I mean, it's built into their registration, but it doesn't come in and offset, so it's budgeted and it hasn't increased.
So, yeah, but last year, it says actual for 2016 was $950 was spent on leagues.
Oh, we just paid, I think, like several thousand at the end of the year. So this must just be an older number.
Oh, it's not in there yet.
Right, it's not in
Okay,
there.
so-
We did pay it though, before the end of the year out.
So that should come out to about 8,000?
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
it's
why we're
exactly
budgeting that?
8,000. We run
Yeah.
the number.
Oh, go ahead.
On 106, on the cultural affairs line, and this may be a question for Mr. Manning. I see last year we budgeted 128, spent 133, and this year there was a request for 13560, but the recommendation is for about 30,000, 31,000 less. And I was just wondering what that difference was, since last year's, and the proposal for this year was similar to what we allocated and spent last year. If you could just explain the recommendation.
I feel like I remember. Okay.
We're talking about line 106, right?
Yeah. 106, correct.
That line was created for the first time last year, 2016, to pay for the cultural affairs manager. But it was not fully charged. I mean, it was fully charged, and it seems like there were some additions to that line item. It paid not only for the salaries and wages of the cultural affairs manager, but something else. And I have to find out what that is, because it's not, I don't fully remember right now.
I'm wondering if it's the attendance that might be there. We'll have to.
How about you get back to us on that?
There's the likelihood, but we created two line items, one in salaries and wages and another one which was in other expenses. It was basically just like a pilot in order to see how the program was run. And then we were going to streamline that later on. And so I never had the time to make a full analysis of that.
So what we need to know is the expenditures in 2016 and what the expenditures in, well, I guess we have 2017, we have the information from.
Yes.
The Fishman, okay.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm just curious about the $30,000 difference, and this year it's the request was very similar to what was budgeted and what was spent last year. So the $30,000 difference in the recommendation is, I guess, what I would just want to get to the bottom of.
I'll look at my. I have to go through my notes again.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to the. Go ahead.
Cultural affairs line number 217.
Well, we were gonna have Mr. Fishman give us a presentation before, but.
No, I
go
know.
ahead. Okay.
Well, because that was what we just talked about was cultural affairs. I just wondering what this line even was, because it's not specifying salary or program. It's not specifying anything. It just says cultural affairs. It's on page number 3.
217.
Programming?
That is the other account that I referred to is other expenses for cultural affairs.
What?
Other expenses.
Other expenses.
Other expenses.
Combined all under one, whereas before, let me get that.
It's the first year we pulled them out, so, it's, we're progressing in it, but typically you'll get a breakdown in the future of like sub-accounts for that also.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
All right, but, it pays for everything from, they buy their own, bathroom tissue and cleaning supplies and everything else.
Yeah, right there.
Right,
Phone services and
yeah, phone service.
office supplies, printing, electrical, audio, visual, lights.
I believe it's all of the woodland and
Yes.
cultural affairs are all bunched together.
Well, yeah, I think that's
But
why
therefore,
there's
they're
no,
operating.
right now, it's impossible to see what it pays for, so that's why I asked.
Okay, the pool is also under your responsibility, and you have.
Yes.
Item 207, you're asking for an increase of $8,000 in program supplies?
Yeah, I think I went over last year, yes. We added programming as far as concerts that were popular, and we also had a big party, so that came out of there also because we had the 50th anniversary party. But I think we're looking to make it more of like a family aquatic center where we do things like that and we bring things in to have special days and events. So that was the increase. And I know Juan had to move money over because by the time we had the Mikos going and the manta rays and we were doing different things with them, and we had a craft class going on, and just trying to make the membership more robust where you're really like a family aquatic center doing all kinds of activities, and that's where the additional came in. So I just tried to ask for it.
I know we've had difficulty in making our budget there, so.
Yes.
The $8,000 increase is a pretty steep increase for that operation there. So I think we're going to need a little more information
Okay.
as to how you're going to cover those costs and everything else with the pool and not run a greater deficit.
Okay.
Because remember, that's self-liquidated. It has to, whatever comes in has to, whatever goes out has to come in.
Right.
I have a question on the pool as well. The administrative costs, is, Mr. Manning and Mr. Uribe, is that just, that's just a number that we apply, right? That's a matter of accounting?
That's a matter of accounting, but it takes, we do the payroll, insurance, several other things that office types of things.
But we're doing, or the township will be doing the same tasks this year for 25,000 that it did last year for 50, that it did the year before for 31.9. This isn't a change in services, this is just a change in price.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I want to, if we can move to the capital budget request for the rec and cultural affairs. We're just going to talk about rec right now. We'll get back to the cultural affairs in a moment. So you have 1701 is 106 Burnett renovations. You're asking for $20,000.
Yes, that was, I tried to bundle up everything to make it a working space for them and.
So what, at the end of this, if we were to spend $20,000, what do you envision in there?
I envision a simple kitchen. If anybody's been there, it's kind of non-existent kitchen, just a sink. So not with a stove and an ancillary system because that would be cost prohibitive, but new counters, tables, microwave, coffee station, just an area that they could prepare food, not cooking wise, but bring it in and have like a social space there, including a refrigerator, furniture for the sitting room, which is the furniture that I priced out and got quotes on is actually made for senior spaces. So it's fit for them. It's easy access up and down. It's doesn't keep viruses in it. It's like really easy to clean and keep safe for the senior population. We included a flat screen, Apple or other internet-based TV because currently if they want to see a movie, Michelle is like running to a store and trying to find a film. I think it would be fun for them to just easily, pick their Friday movies like most of us do. A TV mount, one computer, desk, and printer for them to all use as seniors to use. Just some decorative items, which we were looking to also partner. We asked the high school already, but I don't know if in 1978 this would be a way for them to showcase anything that they have just to make the space prettier, photographs that we could take. Rectangular tables for parties and dining, which I put 10 in there, and 100 folding chairs, because right now we bring anything over from DeHart that we are going to use to have different meetings or like that lunch and learn. And the same thing with seating when we do our classes over there. So just, we tried to keep it minimal, but, safe options. We had some things from the old ambulance squad building that I hoarded there also to put a library together with some shelving that they had. So I tried to keep it senior focused and, a low cost.
Sounds like a lot of things for that amount of money. So I'm just worried, are there even dishes and like normal kitchen stuff, like utensils?
Right, I think we could build that into the whole kitchen part, minimal. The furniture in the quotes is more expensive than like going to IKEA or anything, only because it's this specially made. The wood is a special wood that doesn't hold germs or viruses or anything. So it's like institutional kind of grade of things that is built into this quote. Not that we would have to get that, but that's what I priced out in here.
Not that I want to increase it, I'm just saying it doesn't sound.
Right, and then so that could come down if you wanted to switch.
Typically, unfortunately, we have to use throwaway items, or recyclable items, rather than, plates and things like that that have to be washed.
Right.
Okay, you have one personnel request, which is a promotion, and then you have one that's a merit increase. We don't talk about the merits in public.
Oh, good.
So we won't do that one, but talk about the promotion recreation aid. What is this? This is someone you want to bring from part-time to full-time?
Yes. Yeah, from part-time to full-time, only because we're very busy, especially in season, extremely busy. And with having somebody locked down to the part-time status, even on weekends, if somebody has to run to a basketball game or a park, those hours are counted, and then we lose them a day, and not a day, but whatever hours, in the office. So we really need somebody there all the time. Or yesterday, they're going over to get all these kids on a bus to go to their ski trip, and I'm in the office alone, which is fine, but I have to schedule my meetings as such, so I have to make sure on Fridays I don't go anywhere so that I can man the desk, because we're really always busy, and the phone is always ringing. Our phone just never stops ringing in the wintertime, which is good. So I'm looking for that person to be full-time, just so they could keep their workload as it is and then add on to that, because right now I think it's probably more than the role calls for, is what I'm pounding down on this person. And then we're limited by hours. So some days if he comes in at 11, it's like between 9 and 11. We already did a bunch of stuff. We're catching him up to speed when he gets there. This is what happened this morning. So it's not as efficient as if we just had somebody there all the time, along with the project coordinator.
Okay. And then you have open space requests, which are at the back of this tab. Installation of expression swing.
Yes.
I mean, these are pretty self-explanatory, right? This is something you want to put over, where's this going to go?
The expression swing is at DeHart, and the expression swing was approved, but it didn't build in for any of the installation, which when I called, it's like $3,000. So for the footings and things like that. So that's
Something that was bought already, but this is, now we need to budget for the installation.
Yes.
Okay. The bocce court at Walter Park, you want to restore for a couple $1,000?
Yeah, that is a big bang for the buck, I think, because we're a lot of that, again, that's intergenerational. We could get people from all ages out there playing bocce, low impact sport. And I think it'll look a lot better at that corner on Walter Park, which is high visibility. We have the fence down now. So I think that's prettier anyway. People could get their dogs out of there and we can actually use it.
And then the merry-go-round at Memorial Park?
The merry-go-round at Memorial Park is the safe, new age merry-go-round without the metal pipes where you fall off and hit
This is
your
the
head.
twist is the thing you spin around?
It does spin, yeah, but it's plastic. It's made for 4 kids to sit, and then you can have kids standing in the back of it. And the age bracket is like 5 to 13, which I always like in apparatus. So it's not just for, toddlers or certain age group. A lot of them can fit on there. And I know the open space seemed open to it, and the historic preservation had follow-up questions. So
What'd you say about historic?
Excuse me?
It went off at the end. Historic preservation, what?
They want to see more, so I think Paul Kittner and I were meeting Friday. They wanted to see an actual layout, and including the footings, which it's going to, of course, have to have footings, but they wanted to see a visual of that at historic preservation.
A pretty small one, if I remember.
Yeah, it's...
I know, it's just a lot of money for such a small piece of equipment.
The automatic locks on the tennis courts, I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
I thought we were getting rid of those.
Let's see here, it's requested.
Yeah, that was in the packet. I mean, at the last open space I went to, it was a little bit tabled. We ordered signs for all of the courts as a Band-Aid.
But this may not be necessary. When we hear from the Open Space Trust Fund.
Yes.
I just wanted to give you an opportunity in case you wanted to provide any background on any of this stuff.
Right, yeah. I mean, we're looking to do these solar-powered ones, which we thought, right now we have, because of the issues we're having with the tennis, a human being going out and locking everything up. So we were trying to think of a way that would be no digging, and because a lot of the vendors we had come out were going to need to dig for electric to the local power, and it just seemed like a really in-depth project to try to solve this problem. So we found a vendor that would do solar powered, and there's no digging really involved. It's just all on the lock, and then it's a weighted door, and the doors have to be changed a little bit. So that was kind of our workaround to try to keep the court safe and tennis players on them and not everybody else. But we have the new ordinance, and then we ordered all new signs.
Talking strictly about just keeping the dogs and stuff out of there? Is that the only reason for the dogs?
It was, the dogs and stuff, and that they would just be properly locked at night and eliminate that human, which it's not that easy to find somebody that wants to work like an hour a day to just swing by at night and lock things up.
Carports have to be locked?
I mean, we feel they have to be locked because otherwise people will misuse them or anything could happen in them. And then definitely the dogs are in, if the guy.
Dogs we've taken care of, right? We took care of the dogs.
Pass the ordinance. The ordinance doesn't keep them out.
I know, I'm
Right.
kidding. The humor, everybody's
Okay.
good. It's like they've
And
been in
Nick
a
can't do
budget
the
hearing all
rocks
day.
because he's part-time.
And then you have the installation of the merry-go-round, if you understand.
Yes.
Then you have a seasonal worker, park attendant.
Yes, that's,
It's a new position.
no, that's the standard, as far as I could tell every year.
This has been funded in the past.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they were open to that because it was something that we do every year.
Okay. All right, any questions for Ms. Mancuso? Let's go to Cultural Affairs. Mr. Fishman, welcome. Again, if you want to tell us a couple of highlights for 16 and a couple of things looking forward to for 17.
Well, there were a lot of activities in 16. It's tough to even identify the biggest ones. I will mention that we started a relationship with the Midtown Direct Theater Company, which we wooed over from South Orange, and they are the most professional acting company in the area, where they're using professional actors and paying people to perform. It's not a community theater, and giving them the opportunity to grow with us and with the building, and they're very excited about expanding their own presentations and programs right along with us. We also have finally put together a deal with the film festival, Soma Film Festival, where they acquired a very high-end film projector, and we've made an arrangement to be using it at the Woodland for the 50 weeks that they don't use it as part of their festival. We've started working with the adult school, who we've been also wooing for a couple of years to bring programs over, and they're now doing at least one class, a flamenco class at the Bergdorf, and they've also moved a program called Likely Stories over to the Woodland, which they've been doing for years at the high school, I believe. We've sort of helped nurture 2 to 3 different theater companies that have been either small or out of sort of dormant for a few years. There's a gentleman named Tim Welch in town who is a vocal instructor, and last year he took a day to have his kids perform at the Bergdorf, and that's now turned into a week and even 2 weeks coming up in the summer. South Mountain Theater Works, another theater company locally that had been dormant for a number of years, but we've worked with them to provide the space they needed to perform, and they're back to life. And we also, this past year, had a 10-week program with the YMCA where they did Saturday mornings at the Woodland. It was kind of an open play date for young kids. Those are some of the highlights.
2017?
2017 is shaping up to be equally as busy, if not busier. You may have heard that we're participating in something called the Django A Go-Go Festival, which is a guitar camp and music festival organized by a local guitarist, Stefan Rembrell. And we're going to have about 90 guitar players in town for a week, and hopefully we'll be occupied during that week, and there'll be a lot of music going on, spilling over into town, things in the evening, things in the afternoon, and nightly concerts that are open to the town to attend. We've added a chili cook-off, which is coming at the end of this month, February, and we're having a return of some of the things that have been very successful in the past, the farmers market, President's Day activities for kids and families, working again with the library to bring at least one of their programs from the Ideas Festival over to the Woodland because it will be too big for the library space. We're nurturing some programs. There's a organization in New Jersey called Teatro C, which is the state's leading Hispanic producer, presenter of events, and we're right now have one event on the books for them, which is a tango evening that's participatory, and I guess you could come watch also. We tried to do it last year and just couldn't put it all together. We're going to have a Caribbean festival that will hopefully be an outside Caribbean Fair to take place. We think Maple Crest would be a good location for that we're targeting for early summer, and a Diwali festival, which is an Indian holiday in October, and we're going to do that at the Woodland, which is it'll be a cultural fair with food and vendors and a lot of stuff going on. And on both of these, we're working with Maplewood residents who are helping to put all this together.
Thank you.
There a reason we're only doing one indoor farmer's market this?
These farmers markets are in partnership with an organization called Slow Food New Jersey, and they are different kinds of farmers markets. It's really very different than what we might see during the summer, and that they put.
Had two last year. I just was wondering.
I don't think the December one was as successful last year as we all had hoped, and it sort of diluted it. And this was on their schedule that they felt they could put together this one coming up on next week.
I just wanted to thank you for expanding the cultural affairs offerings to include a more diverse set of activities.
Thank you.
So let's just go right back just to the Woodland a little bit. You know, I see here you got 230 separate events. It's pretty impressive, all the different things there. You want to say anything more about it?
Well, the Woodland has certainly been embraced by the community. It's in a short couple of years seems to have just weaved its way into the fabric of the community. It's become a go-to location for a lot of organizations in town to do their fundraisers. A couple of examples of that I noted were everyone from Morrow Church. I think every school in the school district has been there for something. Groups like the Frisbee supporters and the Drumline supporters. Chamber of Commerce is doing at least one event there a year. So it's really become a go-to place. We are wrestling with maintaining the infrastructure, and I know that that's going to be addressed a little bit, is being able to expand how we're able to staff it and maintain it. The question of the custodians, keeping the building running, operating, and clean really takes the lion's share of what Cultural Affairs does this past year. And the systems that were put in place when the building was new 2-3 years ago that seemed to work when there were 2 or 3 or 4 events a month need some reevaluation. We're very excited about a new software program that Missy has brought into the rec department that hopefully will help us with our scheduling and our financial transactions, which are very challenging because right now we don't take credit cards. And so being able to do that and not have to deal with, every rental has 2 to 3 financial transactions, taking a check for a deposit, a rental, returning the deposits once the event has happened, and it's tremendously labor intensive. So we're looking to streamline, get better, operate the building better, and using economy of scale and better time management on our end, expand the cultural affairs activities, find more groups to partner with, more organizations to nurture.
And we put air conditioning in the Bergdorf this year in the community room. How's that?
That's been great. There was certainly more activity during the summer, and been working to get a long-term camp in there for the summertime. Didn't get anyone this year, but I think in time, having that space available and air conditioned will make a big difference, and we'll be able to get a summer-long camp in there. Right now, there's a 3-week dance camp that we could have displaced if we found something to go longer.
I think we've had some questions in the expenditure in the budget lines, but I think we're going to get some more information about and spell out some of those around program and salaries. So let's go to your request for capital. You're looking for $3,000 for tables.
Yes, we're still operating with the equipment that we inherited a lot from the building, and it was a bit of a patchwork. We're able to buy some tables last year. Right now, more important than tables are chairs. We have.
We'll get to that in a minute. This is the table request. So
the tables. Well,
we do things progressively here.
He doesn't have a copy.
Oh, okay.
In my mind, they were tables and chairs. Yeah, these are tables that are the size to accommodate what we've discovered is needed and what's called for that people are using. We had some tables, round tables, purchased for the first time this year, and they've been very helpful. These tables will help augment, the fact is we were carrying tables upstairs and downstairs a lot. And so having these to be able to store in each area is not only will save us time, it'll save us staff time, and just makes a lot more sense.
Right, and then you looking for an air conditioner for the parlor?
Yes, right now the parlor has 4 window units that are old. They're old and small, and we'd like to put in more energy efficient, a bit larger to cool the room.
How many would there be?
Hoping that 3 might cut it.
And carpeting and flooring for the hallways?
There are a few sections of the building that were not part of the restoration of the wooden floors this past year that need attention. These are some old carpets or...
Just the area going towards the restrooms?
The area going toward the restrooms, the entrance upstairs, walking in the front door, and also the section right outside in the Great Hall, the area before you get to the hallway for the bathrooms, that floor was damaged and couldn't be restored. And so we've opted to put on some vinyl flooring as the best method to deal with that.
Then you're looking for a vinyl vestibule for the Great Hall entryway. What is that?
That's like the kind of vestibule that you see outside restaurants in the winter, because right now with the one door that is access to the Great Hall, there's no buffer from the weather or sound, so the door is either opened or closed, and providing that vestibule, which there's still discussion whether or not it would go just inside the door or just outside, where we have other issues to deal with, but it would help both energy-wise and on the issue of sound and helping us contain some of the sound in the building for the neighbors.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, the outside vestibule that you're looking to put on, would that have to be approved, our outside vestibule ordinance?
Well, I think it's in the village. We're really not covered, but I think it's in the Village Alliance, so we'd want to go have a conversation with them.
And in this case, also historical.
Yeah, and the historic preservation.
And it would be a temporary or permanent?
Temporary.
So it's
seasonal.
Seasonal. Then you look, this is the chairs, 350 folding chairs.
Well, we inherited these metal chairs that we've been using. They're very hard to transport. They're heavy.
They wreck the floor.
It would be great to be able to replace them. Again, I think it would pay for itself quickly in needing less staff to pull these chairs out, and it would really help the building, I think.
Then you're looking for professional painting of the parlor.
Yeah, it's due.
All right, we're going to go to the request you have for personnel. You have a new position, event coordinator, is an existing title, and you're looking to bring the person from part-time to full-time?
That's correct. As the facility has gotten busier, it's again outstripped our human resources to really keep up with it. And having that position would not only make it run a bit more efficiently, it would ease some of the time that I spend overseeing the building, scheduling staff, doing a lot of the hands-on work for the Woodland, and would be able to get to some of these programming things that really we all have talked about and benefit the community, and time spent there would really show in what happens at the Woodland.
Okay. Is there anything else? I think we covered all of your people, right?
We had a discussion subsequent to our meeting regarding the use of the 2 new facilities, 106 and 60 Woodland. And we talked about the need for attendance. There are often or sometimes events where attendants whom we're paying basically minimum salary, minimum hourly wage to $10 an hour. We don't have people in the building. We have to have people in the building, but we're having trouble because of what we offer in terms of salaries to have for people to give up their time to do these things. So that was one of the things, and we're going to be coming back
we just really kind of gelled that together, and you'll be getting it, about raising some of the salaries that we pay, or hourly rates that we pay. Yes, there you go. You have it, but I don't know if you really had time to look at it.
I think we just got it this morning.
Yes, right, because we got it.
So the question on that is, in the rec part of the budget, there's a line for building attendants.
Right.
Right? But there's not one in the cultural affairs.
That is correct.
Is that in the salaries now? I mean, right now, we do have some building attendants. So where are those building attendants?
Where do we pay building from?
We have been paid them from both, from the recreation line item and from cultural affairs, because cultural affairs only has 2 line items. We're going to have to break it out. Probably starting sometime in 2017. This started as a pilot in terms of accounting and financial structure.
Okay, so the request is going to be maybe to pay more to the building attendants for cultural affairs and also have more building attendant capacity, right?
Yes.
And do we have, because the proposal is for 5 attendants. I realize they're different hourly rates, but 5 attendants, 29 hours per week each, year round. Do we currently have 5 attendants working 29 hours a week?
No.
Okay, what do we have now and how many hours a week?
Andrew will probably.
Are we speaking specifically about the Woodland?
Well, I'm speaking about this.
Yes.
The 5. So is this just for the Woodland?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So what you're saying is we would need 5 attendants.
That includes the people we talked about for, it's not just for the Woodland. We had a discussion last week about how to incorporate streamlining less silos of what the staff is doing, the attendance as far as the Hart goes, the Woodland, the Bergdorf, which has really expanded its operations this past year also and is needing more attention. So there was a discussion last week about how to hire a pool of people, how to expand and put these people to better use, covering all these buildings and all the activities, including to some degree dovetailing over into building attendant work that we currently do.
Right, so what we're talking about is this is to cover both, all of our buildings, so it's a combination of.
Okay, but it would be 5 different people.
Yes.
Taking an average of $15 an hour, 29 hours each year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I was reading this correctly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One question. So in 2016, you talked about 230 plus events at the Woodland. What are you projecting for a run rate for 2017?
230 has strained us tremendously, and at this point we're, as much as the calendar and our staff would allow, got 52 weeks a year there, and we can do up to 2 or 3 events or 4 depending on how things fit in. So given the staff, we could do at least 3 to 4 events every weekend and during the week, so that number could certainly grow. I haven't sat down to calculate it, and things are always coming up and adding, and we'd really like to be able to say yes to as many things as possible. I've got a call this very week about doing something today, this postcard writing to United States representatives. The idea came up last week. We got a call on Tuesday. Could they use the Woodland? And it would have been very easy to say no because we needed to get staff and get the place clean, but it was something for the community. We got it together. So if the infrastructure is there, I think there would be a lot of growth and activity.
Okay, thank you.
And plus, this is an income generation, so the expenditure of attendance there does bring back a revenue at the Woodland.
Yes.
The other places not necessarily, but at the Woodland, where we have made it clear that there needs to be revenue generated.
There is, and that would definitely be impacted by the expanding of the event coordinator into a full-time position. Plus the jump between last year and this year in no small part.
Right. Yeah, there's a correlation between this incremental cost and basically at the Woodland.
Absolutely.
And we also have recreation programming there, so we have our
Right.
self-defense drumming program.
So we have self-defense and drumming and different programs through recreation, which we still need an attendant to be there. Or, we're sending our rec aide who is hourly right now. So then, to make sure everybody's signed in and the building is open. And we're looking to add more of that, as the self-defense took off and we're doing drumming and the photo classes and budding learners and educational camps. So as I'm increasing programming and we're adding it, we're putting more of a strain, of course, on our facilities, but they're great venues to host all of our classes.
I don't think people realize there's an art class in there 4 days a week for toddlers. And
Could you use the mic, sorry, but
there's an art class in there 4 days a week for young kids that's sponsored by the rec department. There was a 6-week photography class in there last year, 6-week drawing class. During the summer, when activities have been displaced from DeHart, we had 3 or 4 seniors classes in the Great Hall, aerobics, Tai Chi, Zumba. And then also that runs during the summer, the 41-day summer camp, which is an art camp that's also in there.
So if we had additional people who could be there to let people in and watch over it, make sure if there are any problems that they can be addressed, and clean up between and set up between events, we could do a lot. Well, we have the potential to do a lot more events.
Yeah, but these people, these attendants, you say are going to be not just at the Woodland, but at other places too.
We hope that having that staff, having them better trained, a little bit better paid, that we're going to be able to give them more responsibility, and that would include all the buildings under the rec department.
And it'll be more attractive to offer them more hours.
Right. So I think this has got to be, we've got to drill this down a little bit, because this is not just a relationship to the Woodland, because at Bergdorf, I'm sorry, at the DeHart, we don't charge, so there's no revenue. When we put more in, we don't get anything back. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying that's a reality, so.
From the perspective of the Woodland, those resources would be huge, and I think they could be shared.
And the Bergdorf too, if we're going to be using that to generate some revenue too. Okay.
And we do charge for things over on the weekends at the DeHart Community Center.
Right, for
birthday parties.
For private stuff, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Classes are things that I think you're referring to, the folk group and stuff, not. Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's right. The library's going to go. Oh, Lord. Next up is the library.
I guess I'm not going to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tab 16. Okay.
16.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Hello.
How are you? So, we've gotten your request, and we want you to go through any highlights of 16, anything coming up in 17 that might be of interest. You have some capital requests, and then we can go through those one at a time. So we just need you to introduce yourself and we can go.
Okay. I'm Sarah Lester. I'm the director of the library, and I thought I would start with the mission of the Maplewood Library, and that is to build community and enrich the quality of life throughout Maplewood by bringing together diverse people, information, and ideas. And last year, we did this in many ways, but I thought just going over some of the statistics would just help you see that. On an average day in 2016, 927 people walked through our doors, which was a 2% increase from the year before. Our total circulation was 227,902 items, also an increase from the previous year. Most notably, we had a 28% increase in our e-resources. We held 744 programs, a 4.5% increase from 2015, and we had 19,209 people attend our programs, also a 4% increase from the year before. Our website visits were really quite larger than the year before. We had 477,091 visits, which was a 22% increase from 2015. And our wireless connections at both buildings was 51,840, which was a 24% increase from 2015. We also have an unusual amount of Maplewood residents with library cards. This is a reading town, and we see this at the library. 19,996 residents have a library card. That's 84% of our population, when the average in northern New Jersey for other libraries is 61%. This past year, we were also very successful at receiving grants for the library, and we were very proud to bring back the ESOL classes at the Hilton Branch Library with a grant from the Department of Labor for $72,000. We received some other grants that went along with this. We also were able to digitize some of our local history collections. We had a fantastic 2016 Maplewood Maplewood Ideas Festival with 1,600 attendees at our programs. And we've collaborated with many organizations in town really to enhance services throughout the community. And I've also worked very hard with other libraries in Essex County to really raise the profile of libraries throughout the county and hopefully get some county funding, which our neighboring counties do give to their libraries. So Union County does this, Bergen County does this, Essex County does not. And last year, we collaborated on an NEA-funded Big Read grant, which we got, and that we'll be doing a big read throughout Essex County for Tayari Jones's Silver Sparrow, and that will be in the month of April.
Did you want to talk about the Ideas Festival from last year?
Sure. So we have an Ideas Festival coming up. We have our new logo. And Pamela Ahrens is our Maplewood Library Awards recipient this year. We will be awarding her the Maplewood Literary Award on April 1st for literature. We give an award every year to a writer in our community or from our community, and she is the winner this year. Last year it was Dan Barry. And all of our events they run from March 18th through April 1st, and our kickoff event, as Andrew mentioned, is at the Woodland, and that's with Khalil Gibran Muhammad, who's professor of history, race, and public policy at Harvard, in conversation with the writer Angie Thomas, who's the author of the forthcoming novel, The Hate U Give, and that comes out February 28th. We have an incredible lineup of many people in the community, which we're all very proud of. Frank Vermalovsky, who's the executive director of the Entrepreneurial Institute at NYU, will be speaking on March 20th. Joel De La Fuente, who's an actor, will be speaking on the 23rd. Summer Husseini, a local artist, will be exhibiting her work, and on March 25th, we'll have an art and music reception. Maker's Day at the Hilton Branch Library will also take place on the 25th. Holly McGee, who's a children's author, will be talking about her new book, Matilda Bright and Tender, on March 28th. The library architects, Jennifer Sage and Peter Kuhn, will be speaking on March 29th. And Elise Hogue, who is the president of NARAL, will be speaking on March 30th. And then we end our festival on April 1st with Pamela Ahrens.
Is there anything else that you wanted to speak about as far as upcoming 2017 work?
Well, what we're really working on this year is the conceptual design of the library. And so we're working very closely with the library architects, Sage and Coombe, to really think about the future and think about what we need in this community from our library. And we'll have hopefully a great design going forward in June.
Could you just give us a quick snapshot of how the library is funded? Because the money we're talking about here is not the only money that the library spends, the town allocation. It's a major portion, but yes. What's the other revenue that you have for the library? Okay. Just in general terms, you don't have to be down specific.
Okay, so we are very grateful to the township for providing most of our funding. We also receive funding from fines and fees. We get donations. We do room rentals at both buildings, and so a small percentage of our budget comes from that. We also, to enhance our services, we apply for grants. We get some funding from the Friends of the Library, do our summer reading program. The Library Foundation has also been supporting some of our innovative services at our makerspace, as well as doing our digital archive, which is all local history collection. Is there
You get any state funds?
State funds, we get a very small percentage. That's every year we have to file a pretty intensive document about for statistics of library service. This used to be, we used to get about $28,000 a year. Now that's closer to $10,000. But we do get state funding.
And then you've gotten bequests and gifts from families, and you invest that in...
Yes. So we've had two rather large bequests from former library staff members, and one of them is from Harriet Stokes, and the principal of that we cannot use, but the interest can be used to sort of augment services at the library. It's not for operations.
Okay. Great. So let's go into... Unless anyone has any questions about any expenditures.
I don't.
No question. Let's go into your capital budget requests.
Okay.
First one being the 27 PCs.
Yes. This is, we have close to 100 public computers at the main library and the Hilton Branch Library that are used, every day, plus an additional 40 computers for staff use. And they're on a 5-year replacement cycle, so we ask for a similar amount every year.
Okay. And then you have another technology request, 14 laptops?
Yes. So the laptops at our Create Space computer lab are now past that 5-year cycle, and they're heavily used, so we do need them replaced.
What happens to the old ones?
Excuse me?
What happens to the old ones?
They are recycled. Some of them we keep because we do have programs in our Create Space where we have, teenagers and others reusing parts. We also have a group that meets at the Hilton Branch Library every Thursday night. It's the Maker Meetup, and they use parts to create, new things.
You have a request for a wireless access point in Hilton?
Our wireless demand is just growing, it's in such a big way. And so we're just trying to keep up with that.
And so this is being the meeting room, is that what you're focusing on?
Yes. Both of our buildings have a lot of cinder block in them, and it's very hard we have to have multiple access points in order to have access in every space.
And you have miscellaneous software and hardware?
Yes.
Okay, now you have a couple of bigger items, the conceptual and schematic design. You have two requests. One is cost estimating and one is engineering consultant.
Okay.
Could you describe those?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, we have engaged the services of Sage and Coombe, and they have their own, in part of the services, that they are hiring their own cost estimator. But best practice is that we also hire a cost estimator. And this is pretty much done across the board. So that's what this cost is.
And so is that just to kind of match up against what they're coming? Is this sort of our advisor?
Yes. And to make sure that we really, we need to make sure the costs are right going forward. So this is a check of that.
And the engineering consultant?
This is, we need, a lot of engineering consulting advice on this project, and including geotechnical, mechanical, structural, and this would pay for part of that.
Any questions?
Questions for me?
All right, you're off easy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. And thank you for talking into the microphone. You were the best one so far.
Thank you.
Take a break for a few minutes. Yeah, well, we're going to listen to Mayor, so we got to have.
We better get a cup of coffee.
Next is administration, top 3.
Thank you.
3.
Breaks.
No one's so bad, right? Okay, we're going to get started. Woo. Mr. Manning, tab 3.
Yes, I am. Excuse me. Hello? Testing. Okay, so the business administrator's office handles, I have to have my list here, excuse me. We do administration, information technology. We oversee legal and economic development. So those are the areas. What did we accomplish? We obtained sustainable New Jersey Silver certification for the second time. This year, we held a successful green fair. We decreased the fees.
Hold it. What? You can't read this.
Oh,
no one's supposed to be reading this. We read this already. You want to pick out a couple of highlights. That's
all. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. I gave you the highlights.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So then we get to my budgets. The first one is the.
Do you have anything you want to particularly outline in 2017? I guess you haven't been paying attention, but that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. For 2017. Yeah, there is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, we want to go more paperless in terms of leading more towards sustainability efforts in the township by going paperless, by having files that we can maintain electronically. We want to allow people to go online, get forms, and make payments for things that they would typically have to do by coming in to town hall. That would be for permits and et cetera, permits, parking permits, upstairs construction things, ask questions of the people in the code enforcement area, that type of thing. We want to make it so that people can do their business with the town at any time that they want, they can do it, rather than according to our schedule. We want the big one is we want to revise the town's website. We want to make it more current. We want to upgrade the technology that the company that we do business with will allow us.
Can you use a different mic? Use this mic.
No. How about this one?
You get any one of the three, but not
okay. Turn that one off. Wow. So we feel that it's time to revise it, to make it more attractive, because you go to see something every day, the same thing, you don't see it as it, you know, as you should, or as it new. So those are,
Just,
yes.
does that also include the mobile app?
Yes. Yes, you, no, that's okay. I didn't know the answer to that, I have to say. Because a lot of our technology things are handled by the assistant. Right. And I kind of do the big picture of it. So those are the things that we want to do. And lastly is the employee handbook, which is really kind of a real need of updating. We had it revised. We have the redlined version of it. We just have to go over all 100 and something pages of it and look at it. And then I really need direction from the township committee about where does it go to get, you know, vetted by the township committee or some subgroup of it so that we can move the process along rather than do it at a public meeting, you know, it'd take a lot of time.
Okay, so let's go through your line items, if everyone's okay with that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
So one item is the 102, line 102, which you talk about $50,000 for salary adjustments.
All right, so
higher than what we've done before. So if you could talk about that.
Yeah, that's just a number that I did as a placeholder. We had a lot of requests this year for merit increases, for new positions. I think now that the economy is getting better, we're getting a greater, there's more pressure on paying more for positions that are either open or people are asking for something that maybe they have wanted or thought that they deserved for years since the recession began. So I think, I forget what the requests added up to, but it was some astronomical numbers, but I just did that as a placemaker because I know that we cannot accommodate the types of requests that we have, all of them.
So just, our past practice has been that for a lot of these merit requests, Mr. Manning makes the judgment based on consultation with the department head, so that, because they really know the value of the individual. And unless something's totally out of line, we generally leave it to the administrator to make those adjustments on a merit basis.
And I do think there's a couple that are totally out of line, but, you know. Right.
Well, that's why you make that judgment.
Yeah, right.
How about
Yes, sir.
boards and commissions, line 220?
20, okay. What would you like to know about the boards and commissions?
Requested 14.5. Last year you projected 15, you came in at 5, and in the previous year, 15, you came in at only 5,100, so.
For the last 2 years, we're told through the discussions that some of the committees that are not listed here, such as, you know, the things that we make outright donations to, Community Coalition on Race, and even Historic Preservation Commission. You know, we have a lot of other groups, environmental advisory, sustainability, and they wanted to participate in programs, seminars, workshops, conferences, and there was no money to do that. So I was asked to put money in it last year, which I did, and I kept it in there because maybe they're just slow in getting to the point of either knowing about it or, you know, getting the information and deciding that they can and want to if they had the financial wherewithal to do it.
Do you think maybe these people are incurring the cost themselves? Or
Pardon?
do you think they're incurring the cost themselves, not aware of it?
No.
It's just,
I think it's also if, in case a committee wanted to get a technical assistance, hire somebody to come in and help them, maybe a consultant or an intern or something like that. This could be another avenue for that kind of an expenditure. The commission gets $3,000.
Right. And they can afford a secretary on that because they don't really spend it that much of it. I know that that has been a sore spot in the past. Well, right, because they haven't put minutes up in a while, so I thought maybe that was why.
Mr. Manning, are the Community Coalition, the partnership, the Village Alliance, YouthNet, are they going to be coming in next week to talk about their budgets, or?
Yes.
I know they were here last year, so.
Yes, they will be in to talk.
Following meeting.
Yeah, the 4th.
Right.
Next week. Next Saturday. Yes.
Okay.
While we're at it, I will be making a change to the 225, which is the Maplewood Village Alliance. Back to their 13,500 recommendation. The 38,000 included for this year included 25,000 that we gave them to help do events and activities to bring emphasis on the village during construction in case people were, shied away from the village because maybe no parking or whatever it is. So that will not be there because we're coming to the end of that project.
Okay.
They also have not requested it for this year. In their budget, they have not requested.
You're right. Yes, sir.
Defensive tax appeals.
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
That's legal services, right?
All right, so that's human resources, I guess, is next. Isn't it?
Okay, are we going?
Yeah, why don't we just
If
do
you
it
have any questions.
on human resources, which is, has our labor attorney expenses. And I have to be honest with you, I'm really concerned, and I'm hoping that $50,000 will do it because we've been hit with several complaints that we have to hire outside consultants and legal firms and defend ourselves against. So I'll leave it at that. Next one is
Legal services.
legal services, yes.
That's
And,
for you,
this one is
Mr.
basically,
Lindbergh.
Yeah, well, I had a question about, given, given the reassessment this year,
Right.
do we think 35,000 is going to be enough for defensive tax appeals? Because I'm assuming that we are expecting a greater number of appeals this year than in previous years, and You know, is 35,000, is that a realistic amount, or are we likely going to be going beyond that?
Two things. Number one, typically in the first year following, it's about 500 appeals. Typically, they are handled and we stipulate to things rather than go all the way down to Essex County, the tax board. I asked Mr. Desiderio about this. This was a figure he felt that he wanted to suggest.
The reassessment firm also has an affirmative obligation to defend the numbers in court. So we don't have to pay for experts or anything like that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Yep. That's legal. The next one is economic development. And basically that's some miscellaneous.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, just on the affordable housing, the 210. You did bump that up some. But we are in negotiations right now with the Fair Share Housing. This is item number 210 under legal. We're in negotiations now with Fair Share Housing to determine come to an agreement with them on our obligation going forward. And so this might require some additional legal. I mean, what you have here, I think, is fine.
And again, this one was specifically developed by given to me by Mr. Desiderio. So
actually, if we can settle this, then this probably will go away next year. Maybe have a little bit of cost, but.
Right, and this year, I mean, we didn't really go where we thought we were going to go, but I think that was more because of the way that the court decided to handle them together, or, we joined with other people.
Right.
And we haven't gotten all our bills from, regarding those.
Okay, economic development?
Right, there's basically a miscellaneous, in case there's any training or seminars, et cetera. And consultants, we have in the past used consultants, and we just keep that as a holding, placeholder.
Right, and you have a note there that says can be reduced to 15K, so is that referring to the 25,000 for this year?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll do that, just wait 1 second, I make a note. That would be 170, 170, 203, okay? Yes, that was that. All right, get a bit on here. And then we have information technology, and this really is kind of the rub in our whole budget area. More and more we are depending upon technology here, and we recently entered into interlocal agreement, a shared service, as they're called now, with the Village of South Orange, and they provide us with a half-time person to take care of things, and there are different levels to that. I'm not really sure if that's going to work. We may need more because there's more and more demands. We were somehow or another over in fire station number 2, we were hacked and they encrypted information. I mean, it's just amazing the types of things that are starting to get to us, to our level, where, we didn't really think anybody would have any interest, in our little operation, but they do. There are people out there just maliciously going through things. So we may need some higher level help, and that's just basically it. If we had enough money, having our own 1.5 persons to handle this would really be the way to go, having it internally, but we don't, so.
Even when you add up all the costs, this is the cost, right? 55,000, whatever it is.
Yes, it's yes. Yes, but it isn't. But we're not getting what we want, do you know what I mean, or what we need necessarily. So it could be, maybe we would be doing another, maybe be 85,000 if we were responded to every day for every issue. But we have to wait and things like that.
But 85,000 would not be, but you're recommending 75,000.
Yes, I'm recommending 75,000 because we're going to have to do something, and it may be private, going out for private services for the fire department, which is having a lot of difficulties, and we may need somebody to monitor them, 24 hours a day and be on call. Yes, it's true. And we've had issues over even in the police department, but it's a lot less where, South Orange cannot respond as quickly as we need them to do. So we have to have other money available to get that done. Is that it? And what is next? Oh, okay, that's that. We also pay, group insurance and all those types of things through the department and there, but it's not really a.
So when do we get this bill, this group insurance bill? Before we introduce or before the final?
That's the final figure.
We just finally got it.
Oh, it says estimate.
Right.
So the
Yeah.
2,000,007 something, that is not a bill.
Wow,
It's
well-
pretty much, the state provide us with the percentage of increase.
Went up 10%?
It's 4% as far as I remember.
Which line item are you looking at?
201.
Group insurance.
Okay. Let's get them there. 201. All right, so we went from,
2.6 to 2.7?
yeah.
That one goes up every year.
Yeah, so in other words, is that the exact figure? Because we took the different things that people can get, a single
I
family.
understand, but that's more than 4%.
See,
Is it not?
it has to be 4.5% between that percentage.
Between 2.6 and 2.7?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean, we can do a calculation.
That's all right. 4%, okay.
Okay, gotcha. And our, with health benefits for previous employees who had retired when, in the 90s, but you never know, might decrease this year. I don't know. Historic Preservation asked for $3,000, which I felt is right. They spent about $1,300, and I think they're planning on doing additional things this year, so that should help. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
On the emergency management service, what is fire reserves? Because we seem to be charging something against fire reserves every year, but we have no fire reserves.
No, we just keep that there for training.
Well, for training?
Yeah. So in other words, they do use it.
Fire department?
The fire department uses it for trainings. Well, they do use it. They use.
No, I say it's used, yeah.
They
Fire chief keeps an eye on that appropriation.
Yes, so with that, he doesn't have to ask for it in his budget.
No, I
And the
get it.
police use it too.
I get it.
Well,
they have another line. They have police
Yeah, they have a
reserve.
different line. They have the
They
police.
have police reserves.
Yeah, and they use 4,126 this year out of 5,000.
Okay.
All
right, so each of these, Maplewood Village Alliance, Smithfield Avenue Partnership, YouthNet, Community
Yes.
Coalition of Race, they're coming to make their own pitch.
Right, yes.
They're just included in your budget because you're the pass-through.
Yeah, because they're, right. And if you have any more questions about the operating of any of that, I can move on to our capital.
Your capital requests?
Yes, so every year we ask for money for life cycle. Again, as everyone else, computers get to be older. Their processors won't keep up with the current versions of software, so we have to either update them or buy new ones, and that's what we do for under that line item. We don't know exactly how many, et cetera, but pretty much it doesn't go to waste. We really need to update our, that was 1701. Any questions about that one?
Well, just a question. When we order, there's been a few different departments that have asked for computers. Do we do this all together?
Depends on which, oh, you mean like
Well, there's a library there.
I think the library.
The library gets their own.
The police?
Yes.
Didn't the police ask for a computer upgrade?
Yeah, if they would typically ask for it right from their own because they have special needs, and the fire department asks for two right of theirs, yes. Because the fire department and police computers are those heavy-duty ones that you can drop, and they're like $8,000 a piece. So that would eat up our whole budget.
Okay.
New telephone system, our system is no longer going to be maintained by the company, and we're looking at going to a more advanced, a current system with using voice over internet protocol. This would be, it's explained in the attachment, but basically it's an upgrade of our system here at Town Hall. So it's new, everything's new, software's new, what we can do is new. Our emails can come, voice messages, you got it? Okay, got it.
Have you ever used, anybody else?
I have not.
Voice over internet
No.
protocol?
No.
It's a different way of talking. It is. It's a little different than just the sort of phone that you use now. It's,
It's different.
you know, there's some delays here and there, but it also just offers a lot of opportunity to transfer calls, to get emails, letting know somebody called or text. It's just very good.
I heard that it will even translate your text into a voice message, so if
Possible. I mean, we didn't have that, but yes, you can get those.
Okay.
Quick question. You're talking about a new telephone platform. We heard from the police, they're looking at new camera and software. We heard from the fire department, and they're interested in a new radio system. I mean, is there any type of vendor out there that works with municipals that actually go ahead and bundle up all of this software technology so we can get some type of pool of resources? Because it seems like a lot of the expense that we've heard today is all software, technology.
The short answer really is no. We don't, radio people are very specific in their area, Johnson Communication. We might be able to look at them for possibly a phone system. However, we're looking at these off of state contracts, so we don't have to go out and, either get proposals or bids. We do everything that we can to try to buy off cooperative purchasing agreements. We're members of at least 5. Right.
Like for trucks and.
And what?
For fire trucks, for example.
Fire trucks, everything.
Okay. It's just an interesting, takeaway because there's so much technology we're looking to purchase through all these various areas, and that's a significant cost. And so finding a way to basically consolidate that as a bundle gives us more purchasing power and saves the town money. So.
Yeah, just it's good. The state contract is already agreed upon price. That we just go to the book and order those.
Right, so that we don't have to go out and bid something ourselves.
But the opposite is that you get no benefit because the price has already been determined by the state, and so.
Your benefit is the time savings that you have.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
And a little different than what you're suggesting is somehow you could get a broker to bundle all this together. Right. But then you're out there competing against the open market and you just don't know.
And also you'd have to have a broker actually to come in and design the whole thing because it's not something that we have the expertise internally to do.
It's a cost there. Hoping there'd be some type of revenue or cost savings in the end in the purchase, but no, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would imagine that, huge corporations have those types of abilities to, bundle them all.
Okay, and then we have the website redesign?
Yes, we spoke about that earlier. Our current website design is 5 years old. We need to redo it. We have to get fresher looking graphics if we want to attract people to come to our site and to remain interested.
And do we want to stay with Civic Plus? I see the Civic Plus information is there. Have we looked at other platforms for municipal governments?
Yeah, we looked at. Yes, we have. We looked at least one other. They're all offering us the same thing.
What's the one we saw in Atlantic City? GovPilot?
GovPilot.
GovPilot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Have you looked at GovPilot?
Yes. We've had.
No.
Have you divested yourself of your stock?
No. He just plays it on TV. No. If anyone's watching, no, I didn't bring that up. Nothing to do with it.
Civic Plus is a big player across the whole United States in terms of this type of thing. And we get the advantage of, the work that they do in developing these things because they've been working with all of these other communities.
Yeah, it's a bit utilitarian as opposed to attractive.
Right, but that was 5 years ago.
The platform for any of these other vectors
it's the same thing. The back end of it, the user administrative.
Okay.
aspect of it is pretty much all the same. I think that there's a reduction in price because we're still maintaining the relationship.
Okay. And the feminine hygiene products.
Oh, where's that one? Oh, yes, so we all know about that and what we were asking, we said we would do that. So.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Manning? Nope.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manning.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being on time.
Thank you.
Now we're opening the floor to the public. Is there anyone who would like to address the Township Committee? There's been one person here the whole time. Thank you very much. But no one is appearing. So with that, our next hearing for the budget is next Saturday, February 4th. And at 10 a.m. we start, 10 to 5. And if we can get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Bye, everybody.